Really burnt that dance floor last night. Wow. They showed us a few tricks and a few moves last night. But I hope you're going to give yourself some time to recover, because tonight's another party. It's the farewell party that's happening tonight at SATNAC 2023. And I must say that aside from the party and the wonderful organization, it's been such a fascinating conference when you look at the theme of this year's conference and you look at the different perspectives around AI. And it's very clear that we have so much work to still do, especially on the regulatory front, and there are so many different questions regarding AI and the impact. But what is certain is that AI has a tremendous potential to really change things and add a lot of positives to society. But it needs to be regulated in a positive way, and it shouldn't get into the wrong hands, and the wrong people shouldn't have the power and the authority to control what AI does and the influence it has on our lives. And we're certainly going to unpack lots of those today as we move forward to day 2. So thank you very much for joining us for day 2, and welcome to all our online viewers who are joining us on the SABC, and those of you who are watching this on this live YouTube link, this live YouTube stream. It's wonderful to have you with us. We've got some incredible speakers today and some incredible debates and discussions and lots of fireside chats, and we've got some great panel discussions that we are going to bring to you today. So without any further ado, let's get straight into it and welcome our first speaker at SATNAC 2023. It's day 2, and we're coming at you live from the Drakensberg, the beautiful Drakensberg, and it's a warm welcome to Sonke Peters, the head of MIA Strategy and Technology at Nokia, who is going to be talking about the digital and physical fusion powered by responsible AI. And I think that is really the key, is responsible AI that we need to focus on. Now, Sonke oversees the Nokia strategy and technology for the MIA market, and he's got a wealth of experience, been in the business for more than 25 years. Sonke, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Lovely to have you with us.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Aki. I'm extremely happy to be here, but before I can start, I really have to say congratulations to the whole team, to the organizers, to this fantastic event. When I got asked whether I would be able or willing to talk at this event, I didn't really know what it is and didn't know too much about it. I started to read about it and I got more and more impressed, but I have to say, especially after the last day, I really have become even more impressed about this event, the people here, and what impressed me most is the passion. The passion for our industry, but also the passion for the people who are driving this industry. And I think also especially this telecom Center of Excellence is, I think, addressing one key challenge we all face, not only here in South Africa, but across the whole world. It's about the talent pipeline, right? Motivating young people to join this profession and build a career in telecommunications. And also, of course, congratulations to the 25th anniversary of this fantastic event. 25 years is a long time, and it also coincides that it's 25 years that I've been working in this fascinating industry. I think it's a really, truly fascinating industry, although sometimes I feel it's a bit underappreciated. But I hope with all our work together and with all the opportunities we have, I think we can make it and take it really to the next level. So I would like to a little bit talk about what are the key trends that we see in Nokia that will shape this industry by 2030. We're not just looking to the technology, we're also looking a little bit broader, because of course we are not living in isolation and we're not working in isolation. We have to see what we have in our hands, what is in our environment. And of course, one of the environments, I think, and it's very visible, I think also here, is about the deglobalization. So we see trends that the globalization is being reversed. And of course, you know, some of these trends are not under our control because we are business people, we are technical guys. But I think, of course, we have to be cognizant of the environment. And what we believe is that it's really important that we maintain a global ecosystem, global standardization for our industry, because the global standards have served us well, because they allowed for global scale, and global scale allowed for economy of scale effects that affected positively the cost of the infrastructure, but also the cost of devices and other parts of this industry. So I think that's super important, and we should maintain this no matter what about the political environment. Of course, cybercrime will be a very important point, and I think even technologies like AI will even further increase the threats from this type of attacks to our networks, and we need to make sure that we keep them safe from the very beginning. Climate change, sustainability, another very important challenge. We expect up to 2030, depending on which part of the network you look at and which part of the world there will be, the traffic will grow another 10 to 20 times. But at the same time, we as an industry committed to reduce carbon emission by at least 50%. Then also we looked into the users, because also user needs are evolving, both from the consumer users, but of course also industry, enterprises, and we increasingly also seeing developers as users of our networks, on the networks that we are building together with our partners and customers. And of course here, digital first is a very important part to make it more easier to consume the services that we are providing. Web.3, blockchain, we believe them is a kind of a complementary technology which could help for transaction management and other transaction-related things. Of course, the cloud already is very important today, but we believe edge cloud will become even more important going further with the services which I will show a little bit later. But also AI, we believe, will have implications on the edge cloud. Metaverse is, of course, something which has been talked about a lot, and I think also the theme of the conference of the augmented area, and I will talk about this a bit more in the future. And then last but not least, most importantly, of course, AI, machine learning, will be very central to all of the networks we're going to build in the future. When we talk a little bit about when we talk about the metaverse, we cannot claim in Nokia that we have invented the metaverse, but many of the underlying concepts have been developed by Bell Labs since 5 years. There's a lot of research going on in the aspects of human augmentation and digital physical fusion. Human augmentation is basically what Dr. Adam yesterday talked about. He called it cyborgs. To be honest, personally, I don't really like the word cyborg, and I don't like to think of myself as being developed into a cyborg. But I think there's another saying from Steve Jobs who said, computers are like bicycles for the brain. I think that's more a picture which I like to think about, and this is what we meant by human augmentation. And it starts with today's handhelds, with a phone. You can definitely do more with a phone than without, of course. But of course, it will develop over time further. With digital physical fusion, what we mean by this is basically similar to digital twins, but digital twins with a twist, because these are network-connected digital twins. Over time, up to 2030, we believe that the human augmentation will progress. We will have, first of all, virtual reality sets. They might be in the beginning be connected to your computer or your phone, but ultimately, at the end of the day, we believe these sets will become lightweight, will have a form factor similar to the glasses I'm wearing today, and they'll be directly connected to the network. When it comes to digital twins, we believe that today they are mainly around machines, maybe factory floors, and over the years we expect them to become more complex, covering the whole campus, and ultimately maybe complete cities will be modulated in a digital twin, and this can be then used, for instance, for traffic steering and control. The metaverse is providing a lot of opportunities, and in our view, there will be three distinct types of metaverses that we'll be going to build. One will be the industrial metaverse, which will be around operational technology like logistics, production, processes. Then there will be the enterprise metaverse, which will be around collaboration, training, and virtual meetings. And then the one which is probably most talked about and most hyped about is the consumer metaverse, which will be around social, gaming, and entertainment. In our view, the timing of these three will be different. We believe that the industrial metaverse basically is already happening as we speak. We see a lot of deployments of private networks and factories, where factories using these kind of new critical communication capabilities to automate the factory floor in a more efficient way than before. The enterprise network will come, is already starting also today already, but the enterprise metaverse will evolve over time with more capabilities available, especially also on the handset side. And the consumer one is probably the one which is most further out, and this is because if the metaverse is going to leave our living rooms, you will need to use mobile networks in order to power those. And at the same time, of course, you need to have very lightweight extended reality headsets, which we believe will not be available before 28 or maybe even 2030. Another way to look at these three categories or types of metaverse is what are the predominant networks powering and enabling these metaverses. We believe that the industrial metaverse will be powered by dedicated private networks, the enterprise more by fixed networks, because usually the location where you're working, where you have maybe a school or university, usually have fixed locations. And then ultimately, in order to leave the living room, as I said, you need to have very powerful mobile networks in order to enable the consumer metaverse everywhere where you go. Hence, the timing will be different. It's maybe important to note this is not an either-or categorization. Of course, there will be industrial networks which also use wide area networks. The enterprise will also use mobile networks. But let's say predominantly, the traffic will be carried by these three different types of networks. Regardless of how exactly the services of the metaverse will look like, they will definitely require different networks than we have today. We have tried to map out some typical services across the different KPIs here. And what we can see is that many of the services will certainly test the limits of today's 5G networks. They will ultimately need capabilities which will be provided by 5G Advanced, and ultimately up to 2030 also 6G. The different key capabilities these networks have to have, I will not go through all of them, but definitely, as I mentioned before, security, privacy, extremely important. They need to be sustainable. As I said, 10 to 20 times the traffic at half of the energy consumption. They need to be distributed, they need to be performant, they need to be agile, dynamic. And of course, we see that there will be a high degree of automation built into these networks. And due to the fact that metaverse also require different traffic profile, we also foresee that there will be a stronger symmetry between uplink and downlink. Another way to look at these networks is to see them as networks that sense, think, and act. They're going to be able to sense using the latest innovations on the mobile side in 5G Advanced and 6G, but also for optical networks. They will be able to think using advanced AI, ML algorithms to automate and adapt dynamically to the different traffic situation. And they finally will enable people and machines to act together to address key challenges of our times. Means like these networks will make high performance more consumable, and sustainable, but also they will be opening up the networks. What we see is, as I said, also developers increasingly as a key user of these networks. So we see that these networks will have open interfaces, either low-code or no-code APIs, or concepts that we call network as a code, to allow developers and system integrators to build applications on top of the operators or enterprise networks. And of course, they will be thinking, as I said. So what are the different areas of AI and ML research and applications that we see from Nokia? And these are just a few examples. Of course, there are many more areas Bell Labs is working on, and our business groups, R&D departments. But just to give you a bit of a taste, what are the things we believe will be influenced and can be improved by using AI and ML? On the one side, it's on the radio side, on the physical layer. So there's a lot of research going in to build AI native radio interfaces, both for the transmitting and also the receiving side. And initial results that show is that these deep learning networks can perform significantly better than traditional architectures, and they can get pretty close to the theoretical limit. On the receiving side, it's being done by learning this network, the deep learning structure of these receivers are learning a lot about the signal, and they're being able to use almost a complete received radio signal. On the transmitting side, it's about dynamically adjusting beamform to the concrete situation and load situation that the network is experiencing. Another aspect is optimizing energy consumption. Again, it's about modeling, trying to find out in a very complex network environment how to optimize energy in a way while still preserving minimum set KPIs. And there's also already available products at this point in time, like Ava Energy, which we're already deploying with networks as we speak. And then, of course, the wide field of network automation on subsystem, system, and ultimately, we believe on network level. Also here, I think initial steps have been taken, but of course, full network autonomy is still a little bit out in the future. But given that the networks are expected to become more complex, it's definitely very important that we tackle this point as well. And then last but not least, one example, we're also working with large language modules where we're trying to train these models based on the available Nokia documentation in order to provide more intelligent support for our service staff, but also to our customers. The first products are being available also, which are called the Nokia Digital Assistant. So you can see there's a lot of areas where AI and ML can really help to make our networks more performant, more autonomous, and more efficient. But at the same time, of course, there's not only light, there's also some other parts, there's some shadow. And this is coming, of course, from the public opinion. We're also looking into these areas. We have in Bell Labs a dedicated lab around AI, and they're also looking into these kind of things. So what are the drawbacks? What is the public perception of this? And as you can see, almost 50% of adults believe AI should be more regulated strictly, and even 20% should believe it should be banned altogether. Interestingly, it was a bit of in an older research from 2019, more than half of tech executives in the US even also were in favor of regulation. Therefore, I believe, I think as also many speakers said already before, there's a clear need to be using artificial intelligence in a responsible way. On the one side, in order to be ahead of regulation that we can expect will come. And I think the most important part is about the trust. I think people have to trust us when they give us data, that we treat this data in the right way, but of course also that whatever we do with this data, it's done in a trustworthy way and in a transparent way. And we believe, it's a bit of a paradox, but we also believe if there would be clearer regulation guardrails available, either voluntarily or coming later on maybe from regulation, this should also speed up the process because at least you know exactly what you can do and what you should not do. As a result of that, we came up with 6 pillars for responsible AI. One is about fairness. It's extremely important that these systems are designed in a way that they're very fair and promote inclusiveness and, of course, avoid biases. And we also have specific research into this topic. As an example, there's a conference which is dealing with these kind of issues. It's called FACT, Fairness, Accountability and Transparency for AI System. And the Bell Labs research team looked into 128 papers which were issued from 2018 to 2022. And what they discovered is all these papers are basically relying to 85% exclusively from data and content from Western countries. I think this should not necessarily be a bad thing per se, because maybe if you're designing a low-level physical layer IA and ML system, maybe it doesn't matter too much. But of course, I think it's very important to be very aware of where the data is coming from that you're using to train AI and ML system, where the algorithm is coming from, to make sure that if you step up the chain and using these systems to more and more automate your networks, you make sure that you really are aware of potential biases in the system and correct for them. Of course, they should be reliable, should not cause any direct harm, should minimize indirect harm, and they need to be reliable regardless of the user in front of the system. Privacy, extremely important, as I mentioned. That's the main part around trust. People need to know that the data they're giving us is being treated in the right way, and the data is, and the data manipulation is also done in the right way and according to the right regulations. Transparent, and I think transparency is probably one of the most difficult challenges in this, because I think, as also some of the speakers yesterday said already, that unfortunately, or as a nature of these AI ML systems, they cannot really 100% explain how they work, right? There is this problem of black box. So there's a lot of effort also going into this one to at least make sure that we can, as much as possible, explain, understand how the system are working, and to allow for human oversight, to keep a human in the loop if it comes to really critical decision, not completely give it in the hands of the system. Traceability, auditability, also very important in order to create trust. And of course, they need to be sustainable, both societally, but also from an environmental point of view. So also there, research is going into, okay, sometimes, of course, you can feel like if you read papers about AI and ML, then very often they say, okay, throw more data to it, make the model bigger, and you will get better results. And of course, to a certain extent, it has been shown it's really true, in some extent not. But still, it's very important, of course, to go a step further and optimize the model size to the really minimum in order to be able to make these systems more sustainable. And of course, it's important that the systems can be held accountable, so we need to develop them together with all the relevant stakeholders. Again, a very important part in order to make sure we have the trust and earn the trust of the people that are going to use the systems. Let me close with saying that I truly believe that we are really in very, very exciting times. Going forward, we believe that we will build networks that are sensing, hopefully think responsibly, and then help people and machines to act together to address some of the key challenges we are facing on the planet, either be about sustainable growth, being about increasing the productivity in the industry, and providing a more inclusive digital access. And if we do this using responsible artificial intelligence together with these evolved networks, I think we will have, as an industry, a very powerful set of tools in our hand. And I think that will provide us with a lot of opportunity. But at the same time, I really would like to encourage all of us here in the room and beyond to really think carefully about it and think about it in a responsible way. What kind of system and tools we want to build using these technologies, but even more so to think about what kind of tools or what kind of systems we don't want to build using these tools. With that, thank you very much.
Very much, Sonke. That was absolutely fascinating. And it was so interesting listening to you talking about the metaverse. And obviously the metaverse and the AI that you spoke about are two technologies that are going to go hand in hand in developing many things. And it was so interesting when you mentioned about the digital twins and developing things in the enterprise side of the metaverse. And I was very interested to know and ask you where the challenges lie, because I was reading at one of the case studies where Boeing is now building their next aircraft in the metaverse, and they've partnered together with Microsoft, and they've got over 2,500 of these HoloLenses, and they've got a digital twin, and they're trying to simulate both at the same time. And they estimate that they will actually potentially can cut costs of developing a brand new aircraft by 80%. And of course, the time and the speed in which doing that. But one of the challenges that they had is to really simulate that real-world example of what it's going to be like. Is that a massive challenge? And they cited this by inputting thousands and thousands of photographs to try and get the system to learn what they are potentially trying to do. Which is really fascinating. What is the one thing about AI that you wish to change or regulate, or the thing that you fear the most?
I think it's a very interesting question. I thought a lot about it because I think there's been a lot of talk about this kind of that people say that AI could destroy humanity and so on. So a little bit double-clicked more, read about this more, and what I feel like is probably one of the biggest dangers I see, which is more concrete, is probably complacency and laziness. And let me explain what I mean by this. I mean by this that these systems will get incrementally more and more powerful. And I think there will be a tendency, and people will be tempted to give more and more power to the system. It will be like giving, the system gets better and better, you outsource more on things. Like, for instance, an example of automating the networks. You will give this to the system. The system will increasingly taking care of your network. And if you then not keep up with the technology, if you don't make sure that the people are really knowledgeable about this and still understand what's happening there could be a situation that at one point in time, we've given this away, people don't understand it anymore, and we lose control about them.
And it's doing its own thing.
Exactly.
Especially when you look at where generative AI is going. Exactly. I mean, it's quite astonishing the pace at which it's moving at.
So therefore, I think all this training, literacy around AI, I think is so important.
And how far are we away from 6G?
I would say we will see first trials, early processes around maybe 28, and then deployment around 2030.
And how massive a jump is it from 5G at the moment?
I would say it will be an evolution. I think there's a lot of efforts going on that we make sure that it will be an evolutionary extension, but definitely it will be in many cases a massive jump in terms of throughput, again, device density, the IoT devices, as I said, if you connect your extended reality glasses directly to the network, all this will be enabled by 6G.
Yeah, and of course the latency is going to be absolutely incredible.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Sonke.
Thank you very much.
A round of applause, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our next discussion point is it's a panel discussion, and it's talking about SATNAC's Jubilee, Silver Jubilee, SATNAC Silver Jubilee, and this is entitled Celebrating a Legacy of Excellence and Inspiring Innovation for the Next 25 Years. We've got to 25 years. What are the next 25 years going to look like? And I couldn't think of a better moderator to do this one. Ladies and gentlemen, he's no stranger to SATNAC, he's no stranger to Telkom. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the legendary Alfonso Samuels, Director of Zerof Investments. Nice to see you, sir. Are you going to introduce your panel, or should I call them up? Okay, fantastic. And please, all those stories about me over the past few years, you just keep it. What stays at, what happens at SATNAC stays at
can't talk
SATNAC.
about it.
No, you can't, you can't.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute pleasure for me to be here, and I would like to thank the organizing committee and Telkom for the opportunity to be here once again. It's been 3.5 years since I left, and I am so happy, this being one of the causes that I care the most about, the development of people, to be back here and moderating this panel. I've got an esteemed group of colleagues that will join me. It gives me great pleasure to call on my first panelist, Mr. Marius Mostert. Marius is also no stranger to SATNAC. He's currently the CTO and chairman and founder of M-Corp. Over 50 years experience in telecommunication. Marius holds a degree in electronic engineering as well as commerce. He has been in various positions in telecom, including technology, network strategy, and as well as he's got a fondness for capability management, and he's a fellow of the South African Institute of Electrical Engineers. Let's welcome Marius. And then while Marius is taking his seat, like I said, an esteemed group of people, I would like to call on the stage Professor Thomas Afulo, Professor Emeritus from University of KwaZulu-Natal. Prof holds a BSc degree in electrical engineering, as well as a master's from West Virginia University and a doctorate in applied science. Prior to this, Prof has been in industry before he joined various universities, including Nairobi and Botswana, and the last post that Prof held was at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. He's also a fellow of the South African Institute of Electrical Engineers. Prof. Thomas, welcome. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you know this is a partnership between academia, industry, and government, and we thought it's important that we probably introduce our industry partner that has attended 20 SATNAC conferences. He's currently an account manager with Nokia. Prior to this, he was with Telkom, and he has got over 30 years in the industry. Please help me in welcoming Chris from Nokia. And then last but not least, and the rose amongst the thorns, our conference chairperson, Dr. Maki Yankee. Dr. Yankee is a group executive for innovation and transformation at Telkom. She joined Telkom in 2021 to head up the new innovation office. She holds a PhD in computer science from the University of Warwick. Prior to joining Telkom, she held 2 academic post and has played a key leadership role in advancing technology. Dr. Maki is passionate about community development and has founded a non-profit organization and rolled out programs that would educate and skill teachers and children in digital literacy. She's also a member of the World Economic Young Graduates, and she is also a member of the South African Young Association of Scientists. So as you can see, ladies and gents, a very, very esteemed group of colleagues here to just talk about the past, to actually a lot of speakers have said before this, why was this program so successful? How could we sustain it for 20 years? And we thought we'll maybe start with Marius. Marius has almost been there from the beginning to take us a little bit down memory lane. And all of you that know Marius, and of course the younger students don't know Marius that well, but Marius will remember the good times, the bad times, as well as the funny times. So I'm going to hand over to Marius. After that, I'm going to ask Prof to just join on what Marius has said in terms of his specific role at the universities and what you think the Centers of Excellence has achieved over the years. Chris, of course, you've been through a transformation from Alcatel to Nokia Siemens, etc. So you will take us on that journey. And then, Dr. Yankee, we're going to come to you, of course, to reflect on the last 3 years you've been there, and maybe just recap for some of those numbers, which I think, indeed, it's very, very impressive. So without further ado, Marius, over to you.
Thank you very much, Fons. First of all, it's really an honor to be part of this Jubilee event. SATNAC in the Centers of Excellence is actually a culture. And because it's a culture, there are so many stories and fond memories since its inception in 1997 that we would actually require a couple of hours. You want to cover them all. Of course, those that can be published. And then, but besides that, there are a few things that I think that we can reflect on. First of all, just a bit of trivia. And often people ask, where did this name come from? Maybe you heard Aki introducing the conference many times before. He's introducing and welcome everyone to SATNAC, the South African Telecommunication Networks Applications Conference. So the question is, where does the actual word come from? And what was the initiation of it? And some people might know, but it actually derived from the word ATNAC, and therefore SATNAC from ATNAC. And ATNAC was the Australasian Telecommunication Network Applications Conference as well. So the ATNAC, we regionalized it, and of course it became South African. But it was also the focus on engineering and all the good stuff. And that was just a bit of trivia. But if you think of the core purpose of why the program was initiated, and why did we have SATNAC? The SATNAC being that showcase, the platform where we could showcase the research and development efforts of all those bright young minds that we see at the universities that really instills the passion of what's happening. And the passion and idea behind SATNAC as a platform and the Centre of Excellence, there was always a common denominator, and the common denominator was like the fiber, the thread through this whole program, and that was passion. It was passion. Passion to create post-grad capabilities in science, engineering, technology. And that passion itself actually went beyond that. It actually also looked at not only the bigger universities, but how do we incorporate the smaller universities and pair them with the large universities so that we can have the upliftment, the transfer of skills, but also wider participation in this good concept of Centre of Excellence. And I can see examples like, for instance, if we look at Limpopo and Pretoria, Fort Hare and Rhodes, we have Zululand and University of KZN, all good examples of what that was about. But the other thing that's, of course, important is if you think of the growth, it was such an honor to be part of the growth. If we think of the humble beginnings in 1997, where the platform of SATNAC was merely a roundtable discussion with about 12 people talking about research and development efforts, and how that grew in 2006 to more than 480 delegates. That was the biggest SATNAC in terms of delegate numbers. We even had to have an overflow area in the plenary with its own AV there to make sure that the plenary could accommodate the 480 people. So there's such a lot of good ideas and such a lot of fond memories. But besides all the good stuff and the serious that we hear a lot about here, there is also the fun side of it. Lots of fun, and that we can spend a couple of hours on that. But I'm just going to touch on two things. We spoke about 2006. Now, 2006 was actually quite a remarkable year because that was the largest one, is at Spier. And the focus of the conference was next generation services. So that was part of the evolution of the theme, moving from all the tangible stuff like boxes and so forth to services. So the organizing committee thought it good to say we need to include something on network security. So we had to, that would be quite a topical thing. We put that slot after lunch. And of course, being such a big conference, we had hundreds of distinguished delegates, academics, network specialists, students, all very keen to hear this presentation that was going to be done by Colonel Dolf van der Merwe on network security. But little did they know that he was actually Bill Flynn, a South African comedian. So So he entertained the crowd for about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and everyone was really skeptical. He got there with his army gear, and he was actually going to private security. But at the end of the day, everyone later on realized they were taken for a ride, and it was actually a lot of good fun. But the last, just I can't not talk about 2004. 2004 was also down in Stellenbosch, but there the special thing was the golf day. And the golf day was held at Somersby's Golf Club. And we had quite a few things that were interesting. First of all, we had a CEO of a company that tried to take a shortcut with his golf cart and landed in a dam with his golf clubs and so forth. And that was quite an issue just to explain that away. But the highlight was my golfing partner of the day, which was Aki. And Aki, if you excuse me, I have to highlight this. Aki displayed some extraordinary golfing skills, which I think was his moment of realization that he should not take up golf as a profession. I'm actually sad that we never had a video clip of that, because we could use that in career guidance, I think, many times over. But Fons, just something, few thoughts from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Marius. Prof, Marius, again, thank you, and thank you for touching on the genesis. Prof, over to you. You maybe just to relate. I mean, we always see the students and the poster sessions and people giving the peer-reviewed papers, but you've been inside the heart of the valley, and I know some of the students yesterday recognized you for the role that you've played in helping them on their journey. So maybe if you could give us some insights. Thank you, Prof.
Thanks so much, Chair, and thanks, colleagues. It's really a pleasure for me to be here today, partly because I retired end of last year, because I became 65 years of age, and that's a retirement age at university. Then when I was invited by the conference organizers to come and be a part of this panel, I was really humbled, because this is one project that we see, because we are just at the beginning, we see it as if it's a simple enterprise, but I can assure you from what I'm seeing, this could be a game changer, not just in this country, but in the broader continent. I first got in touch with the Telkom CA program. I used to be at the University of Botswana, and Professor Mnene, Stanley Mnene, came over and asked me if I could run some courses for them at the University of Durban, Westville then, because the Telkom Center of Excellence was running master's programs and they didn't have enough staff. So I would travel from from University of Botswana, come for about 3 or 4 weeks and run modules and go back to University of Botswana. I did that for 3 years, 2000 up to 2002. Stanley Mnene, at that time, was the head of the UDW Center of Excellence. Then in 2003, January 9th, I now joined UDW as an associate professor. And 2 months later, I was made the head of the Center of Excellence for Rural Telecommunications. It so happens that at the same time, in Natal University, we had the Center of Excellence for Radio Access Technologies, which was being headed by Professor Fambirai Takavira, I think is in the group. So when we merged in 2004, University of Durban Westville and Natal University merged. We now became one university. So Telkom came and said, you know, you have to merge these two centers now. So we now became the Center for Radio Access and Rural Technologies, still headed by Fambirai Takavira. But we had 2 projects within the center. And we had the Rural Telecommunications Project, which I was still responsible for, and Fambirai was in charge of the Radio Access Technologies Project. So this continued until 2012, when Fambirai left for WITS, and then Professor Mnene took over as the head of the center for about two years. Then from 2014, January, when Stanley Mnene retired, I took over as the head of the center. And when I retired last year, my friend, the Chinaman, Professor Hong Jun-shu, is now the head of the center. He's a wonderful academic. I think what I would like to highlight here are the outputs of this center, because we may take this for granted, but when you look at this incrementally, you'd be surprised at how much we've been able to achieve. But before that, I would like to highlight the funding that we got from, for the center. We are being funded by Telkom South Africa. We are being funded, initially at UDW, we were being funded, the industrial partner there was Ericsson. But when we merged, we found that Alcatel was actually the industrial partner for Natal University. So we then, at the merger, were being funded by Telkom, Alcatel, and of course, the NRF through the THRIP project. And of course, Alcatel then became Alcatel-Lucent, then now it's Nokia. So when we look at the funding over the last 25 years, up to 2022, we obtained 13.8 million rand from Telkom South Africa. We obtained 1.082 million from Ericsson. That was over a six-year period. We obtained from Alcatel-Lucent Nokia 4.566 million. And of course, from the THRIP, we obtained 9.9 million. So if you look at this, averagely on a yearly basis, we obtained 553,000 per year. Now I'm looking at the combined center, Center for Radio Access and Rural Technologies, 553,000 per annum from Telkom South Africa. From Alcatel-Lucent / Nokia, we obtained 183,000 rand per annum. And from THRIP, of course, the THRIP funding went on up to about 2017, I think just before you left, 2017, when Hayes was now in charge, I think we obtained almost 10 million from THRIP, and it means over the 20-year period, we're getting about $500,000 rand from THRIP. Now, finally, I know it's taking long. Academics tend to be storytellers. What about our outputs? Because that really is the crux of the matter. We've been supported by funding. What do we have to show for it? Over these 25 years, we produced 220 master's and PhD students. Unfortunately, we didn't have honor students. And out of these, 56% are South African, and 44% are non-South African. That's really important to emphasize, because every time we have our steering committee meetings, Hayes and Chris would ask, okay, could we just know the number of South Africans there? So we really would have, because really this is South African money. We really have to account for it. That is serious business, public funds. So out of these, we had 155 MSc students, and 70% of these are South African students. And we had 65 PhD students. 20% of these are South African students, because South African students, after getting their masters, I think they're very happy in industry, because I keep telling my students, industry pays. Go to industry and earn some money. Then come back and be an academic, like I did. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Prof. So I think that's a very nice segue. I think Chris, basically, Prof have reintroduced you. Yes. And you don't have to talk about the metamorphosis over the years and your almost different identities. But give us the reason why, as an industry, you were that interested in making this contribution. I'm sure being part of a multinational, going to ask for funding and budgets approved, I'm sure that was a tough job. So if you could just give us some insights there.
I think personally, I was actually in training when I first started, so I have a passion for it. As Marius mentioned, I have a passion for it. But I think that, first of all, congratulations on the 25 years anniversary to everybody. I think it's quite an achievement. And I think maybe it's also worth to think about some of the pioneers within the SATNAC organization, like Baron Peterson and David Brown, and then more recently, of course, Gijs, and how these people drove the program. And the more important part for us as industry partners is that the program is always driven at the most highest level within Telkom. That is critical for us. And I think over the years, I've had the privilege to work with a lot of people directly with our universities, with Prof. Fulo, Professor Takawira, then also with Professor Kurian and Professor Juwani, and then also meeting other people along the way, you know, the other profs that have been here, like Professor Weston and Professor Leach and so on. I think for us, one of the key things about SATNAC is also the interaction you have with, not only with the Telkom management, but also with other key executives. There's a story I'd like to tell you about Spear again. I arrived at Spear one year, my suitcase and my golf bag, and I got to my room and took my key card and swiped it in the door. And the door opened, and there was a gentleman standing there in a towel, freshly showered. And we looked at each other, and I'm just hoping that he's not in the audience today. Or if he is, maybe we could meet under better circumstances. And also thinking about things like, we used to have the SATNAC Golf Day as well, which was a couple of months before the actual event itself. And that in itself was also well attended by and also sponsored by the Telkom management, which had a big impact on how it was run. And in that case, I had the opportunity to. Not the opportunity, but the bad luck to win longest day. And I was presented with a meat voucher by Tommy and Ruben. So a very high level prize. The meat was very good, by the way. So I think going backwards once again, in terms of how the program was driven, the people that sponsored at the highest level, you know, yourself, Alphonse, Marius, and before that Tommy and Ruben, and of late now Marky and the team. And I think it will go from strength to strength. So I think we're very glad to be part of it.
Thank you, Chris. Dr. Markey, I mean, you came in during COVID. I think, you know, after I left, a few people know I was doing a little bit of work still for the company, specifically on SATNAC with Pushka and Hugo. And then one day, Sipo asked me to come in for a cup of coffee. And unbeknown to me, he introduced me to you, and he said, you're handing this baton to this very, very bright and bushy-tailed young lady that's going to take the program forward. And I'm sure, Maki, you know, you've looked at what has happened, you looked at the achievements, and maybe just give us some insights in the last 2 years. You've also been involved in academia, and maybe just take us through your opening remarks of the program and what you found.
Great. Thank you so much. It's been such a great pleasure to listen to the journey of SATNAC and the Centers of Excellence, and just relating the wonderful stories of how it evolved to what we are seeing today. So I spent quite a couple of years abroad, and when I came back to South Africa, and joined the University of Cape Town, that was my first interaction with the Centers of Excellence. I was very interested in the scale of the Center of Excellence and the relationship with the telco community. And why that mattered is because universities abroad are very closely linked with corporate. And that is why corporates advance from an innovation and technology perspective very swiftly there because of that relationship. And there's very little boundaries between the two. So I was very fascinated by the Centers of Excellence when I joined the University of Cape Town at this relationship that had been fostered. And the scale, I think the University of Cape Town has one of the biggest Centers of Excellence, and the scale there, and went on to then join University of the Western Cape as an associate professor. So when I was recruited to Telkom, sure, Sipho was very passionate about the Centers of Excellence. And I think the leadership has really held Centers of Excellence at heart. And then I think Chris spoke to this. being able to drive this at the highest office with such passion has really been what is important to the success of this program. The first thing when I got there, my question was, do we understand the scale and the impact of what this means, right? If you're in industry, it's just students presenting, it's publications being made. But if you've been on the other side, you know that any innovation that lands up where it was, it started off with a research publication somewhere, and then it translates into ultimately application that you have. So I then worked with the team to commission research that went across all the centers of excellence, how they evolved with the merging with the previously disadvantaged universities and the other universities. And we then realized that there's a narrative and a story that we're not telling about how sectors have actually transformed because of this. I engaged one dean in one university, and he said to me, I think industry underestimates how computer science engineering departments heavily rely on this support and funding to unearth and enable students, especially from previously disadvantaged environments, to get STEM-related degrees. And so I think the report was quite important to us to show the industry why this actually really matters.
No, thank you, Dr. Maki. So I think Marius, Marius, of course, always introduced a little bit of the lighter side, and I think Chris reflected on that. And so now and then it's also important that one reflects on yourself, right? So we had a local organizing committee at some point headed up by Gijs and Marty and Graham Allen, and we were at Fancourt. And, like Marius said, now and then we would get a comedian and sometimes, you don't know who this person is going to be. And I remember being busy and helping some of the industry partners setting up the Wi-Fi and setting up this uplinks that we were going to demonstrate for the first time. And a gentleman comes up to me and he says to me, he's the general manager of the hotel, and that I must please remove all the towers we've put up and all the cables. He doesn't care. And I said to him, do you know who I am? And then I had a Joker T moment, right? There's a Joker T advert of the guy that doesn't know who he was. And when I was really upset, Gijs came up to me and he said, Fons, just cool down. We really just pranked you. So that was a lighter moment for me as well. So just to tell you that the local organizing committee do things that you see, and they also do things that you don't see. And maybe just lastly on the organizing committee, what a lot of people don't know is that unlike other conferences, Maki, I mean, you've seen it now, we bring in a little bit of partners to help with registration and to do the lighting and AV, etc. But most of the organizing, there's no events company that actually does it. It's all done in-house. And I think we need to just once again give the organizing committee and Gijs and Marty a hand. So ladies and gents, I mean, when you think of a program like this, and you think of the longevity, 25 years is a long time. So Marius basically had the honor to raise it when it was a little toddler. At some point he handed it to me and it was a teenager. And when the child reached the age of majority, Maki, we're giving it over to you. So that's important in the relay race. And I think for it to be this successful, some things have to work. And I mean, for one moment, I just want to dive it and talk a little bit about cooking. Because if you cook something, and I mean, people know that, if you cook a dish and you change the ingredients, you add chili, you take away chili, you add soy sauce, you can move from the east to the west, right? And food is very forgiving, unless, of course, you don't do silly things, right? Like having peanut butter on banana, Robert, so that's fine. But baking, on the other hand, right, it's a very, very unforgiving science. You've got to have the right ingredients. You've got to get the oven to the right temperature. If you did not fold the eggs in at the right time, you added too much baking powder, you get a disaster. And I would like to think that the process of SATNAC is like baking. And I would like my panel members to just reflect on the ingredients of what they think in their mind gave us the longevity and gave the foundation for us to build on. So any one of the panel members, if you could maybe
Can I just get in there?
Please.
I think we've mentioned past people from SATNAC and you know, the committee and so on. The one key ingredient are the students, right? And that is something that we would like to see, for example, more time and more exposure being spent on the students. I mean, that's what the program's about, right? And there was an article in ITWeb that said that in STI, there was an increase of people that were employed. And basically, the only problem was that these people were 60 years of age. So in 5 years' time, you would have public universities that would have to, you know, would have a reduction in headcount. And that's why we need the young people that are sitting in the audience. I think for me, that's the key ingredient as well.
Okay.
I think, taking it back to the cooking, there are key ingredients you need. And then there's often, they say, you know, salt and pepper to taste. Now, we were speaking about the various conferences. I think, first of all, there were key things that always had to be part of the recipe. And then the to taste part was the uniqueness of every event and every location. But to me, two things are very important: appeal and affordability. The appeal that the program or the conference must have. And if you look at that gift last night and all the various SATNACs and all the themes, Telkom was always ensured that the themes track the developments and the trending aspect out there. From the stuff that mattered at the time, whether it was more the tangible technology stuff, through to services, through to what we see today on the theme. So that's a very key. The theme must be appealing to the industry at large. Secondly, the people. I know you mentioned, I totally agree with you. It must the students, the academia, because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. But also partners. Partners are so important. You could not do it without the passion of the partners and the contributions that were made. And then, of course, besides that, venue was also a very important aspect. Because I think somebody mentioned, Gijs in his video mentioned the fact that you have a captive audience. That is so true. We've always said we need to have a place where academia, industry, telecom, leadership, they can all mingle and actually rub shoulders. You can take a year to try and organize a meeting with somebody. You can, in this captive audience, you'll bump into them 5 times in a day. And there's such a lot of value. And so that was a big thing, to have just the networking capability. And then, of course, there had to be a golf or somewhere along the line, except on the ship, of course.
Thank you.
Chair, could I come in
please,
a bit?
please, Prof.
Yes, Chair, one thing that I noticed, this is public funds, and then we have private funds. You see, this is not something you take lightly. It's not your money. Even if you're the head of the center, you don't control that money. And one thing that sustained us, I believe, as a COE in UKZN, and I think most COEs, is because of first we had the steering committee meetings, which were done twice a year. And in each case, we look at the progress of each student individually. We don't say, oh, generally they are doing well. No. Every student has to be accounted for. So you go line by line, and the internal supervisor comments on that student. Then the team has a chance to make a comment also. So that ensures that each student is accounted for. Each student is important for the center. The second point, Chair, is that we have funds that we must always account for. So once I see Hayes on that side and Chris on this side, then I know I really have got to do my best here. Because Hayes checks, if there's anything beyond 1,000 rand, he says, well, I think this needs to be broken down. Could you just know how much actually was used? So for me, it shows a sense of responsibility. Telkom will not give us funds if we can't account for them. Nokia will not give us funds if we don't account for it. So that financial probity is vital for the sustainability of the center. And also the graduation rate. Okay, if we have, say, 15 students graduating, so we present the list, they look at it, and Chris would ask, Thomas, is the first one South African, or is it the third one? You know, that is critically important. Let's not take it lightly, because Telkom is a South African company. Nokia is an industrial partner of Telkom in a South African environment. We can't take that lightly, because next time, how will Hayes or Maki now go and present before the board that I would like more funds from the center? So it's our responsibility as centers to support them in this quest. They've invested over the last 25 years, I was seeing, 125 million rand. That's a lot of money by any standards, which means every year they spend 5 million rand in these telecom centers. We, as UKZN, were receiving 550,000 per year from Telkom, and we were receiving almost 200,000 rand per year from Nokia. Why can't we account for that? What is wrong with accounting? So being able to account is vital. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yes.
Maki, do you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I'll make a comment. I think getting into Telkom, I think sitting on the other side, I think let's not underestimate a common shared value that I found in Telkom on the Centers of Excellence. And I appreciate the perspectives, especially from the academic side, just listening from the accountability perspective. The leadership, right from our group CEO to the CEO in OpenServe to all previous leaderships against business headwinds. It's very important to recognize that when business hits challenges, certain line items will fall off the budget, right?
Sure.
It is a shared common vision and a passion that remains to keep a certain line item. For 25 years, where this line item remains, it's not policy, it is a shared vision. So for me, getting into Telkom, that passion of that line item, and it's not just the line item, it is also the staff of the LOC, it's the executives who play a role within centers of excellence. This, from a Telkom perspective, has been a common thread amongst leaders to keep it. This was coming out very strongly from the board. In actual fact, we presented this to the board, and the question they asked us, why 25 years are we only realizing about this wonderful thing? And it's the passion that the leaders have shown over the years to sustain this.
No, thank you, Maki. So, colleagues, we're almost coming to the end. I'm going to ask each of my panelists to give us a concluding remark on what do you think will make the 25 years great. I don't want to sound like Trump and say great again. So what are we going to do to make the 25 years great? And then I'll just try and bring it all together. So Marius, maybe we can start with you.
I think if we look at the next 25 years, or how do we sustain the greatness that's been instilled in this program, we cannot just see a SATNAC in isolation. Or we need to look at the ecosystem of what actually is the catalyst for SATNAC to grow, and that is the program. And that program needs to be looked at not just localized, but I think we all spoke about South Africans and non-South Africans. We need to think of the continent. What are the challenges that need to be addressed? What are the geographies? And we need to extend that reach. And that'll have the spin-off that this platform, SATNAC, will also grow. And that, I think, is a key aspect. And those relationships beyond our borders, Chris mentioned, and especially KZN, like we did in 2004, they signed agreements, collaboration agreements with the University of Cairo. It was fantastic time, and I think there could be more of that to extend the program, to extend the platform like this.
Thank you, Marius. Any comments, Prof?
Yes, Chair, I would like to congratulate Telkom, because this is one initiative that you hardly see replicated anywhere. And now let me speak as an African. I have been in charge of the CRAT Center in New KZN for almost 10 years. Now, if you look at the time Fambirai took it over with Stanley Mnene, and up to the time I left, we've graduated 97 foreigners. 97. And if you look at these numbers, out of these foreign students, 85% of them are from the African continent. The others, I see some from India, some from Iran, and some from other countries. But 85% of them are from the African continent. What does it tell you? And if you look at these numbers again, you'll find that, I'll just try to break it down. I know time is not on our side, but this is important because I want to follow up on what Marius has just said. If you look at those numbers, the PhDs, 52 of them, over those 25 years, were non-South African. If you look at the master's students, 45 of them were non-South African. So I took my time to try to place them in African countries. And you find that the majority of them are Nigerian students, Kenyan students, from Cameroon, from DRC. Here and there, a few from North Africa. But you find that the belts that give us the greatest number of students are the Western Belt, which, by the way, has a population of 490 million. Look at Nigeria going westward, about 490 million. Then you look at the belt in the eastern part, which has also a population of about 470 million. Then you look at the central belt that takes the DRC and so on, that has about 200 million. Then you look at the northern and southern belts. What am I saying here, Chairman? For the next 25 years, let's Telkom look at its business model. Have these Telkom centers of excellence in those regions, one per region. Take advantage of the fact that this continent has 1.4 billion people as we speak. 1.4 billion. 70% of them are less than 30 years of age. You are seeing the future here. Invest in that. So have a center in Nigeria. Just like MTN, remember 25% of its revenue comes from Nigeria. That's the largest revenue stream for MTN.
Good. Oh, thank you, Prof. Chris?
Have one in eastern region, like in Kenya, because we have the largest number there. Have one in southern Africa, in the belt here, and have one in the middle belt, a place like Cameroon, and then have innovation, because those are well-trained people. Business model, you can't go wrong. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Prof.
I think looking forward, the key factor remains senior sponsorship of the program. I think once you lose the sponsorship of the program at that level, then there's a problem. Funding has always been an issue, as you mentioned as well, Alphonse, but I think we have to think about not what I specifically can get out of it. However, we are creating this pool of highly qualified people that can be used by the industry. And we've seen it. We've seen people working in OpenServe, people working in other companies. We've also hired 2 or 3 people. So for the longevity of the program, in my opinion, is sponsorship. And secondly, I think also more exposure for the students as well. In terms of extending SATNAC, I think I mentioned that before to you, Maki. We think that SATNAC should go back to 3 days. You're going to have more people exposed and more people to actually showcase their work. I think that model for me was actually quite good. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chris. Dr. Maki.
I think in closing, the model was originally designed to attract as many industry partners as possible, because for us to innovate at scale to solve African problems, we need funding. Innovation requires extensive funding for us to test, try, fail, succeed. And I want to encourage and attract more companies to join Telkom in the collective of the African impact. In actual fact, our group CEO last year challenged me and he said, but we are a Southern African. Can we have representation on the program? And last year, we also then introduced from other regions speakers on the program to come and speak about this. So at scale, I, as a lobbyist towards this program, encourage more companies to come and continue funding it. But at the highest office, I think this program receives much great passion and care.
No, thank you, Maki. So, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard from my esteemed colleagues on a bit of nostalgia, a little bit about the ingredients that made this work, and a little bit of the vision for the future. And I would like to challenge each and every one of us, especially the students. I think in 2048, there will be another class that will sit here, right? That's 25 years from today. And I would like to encourage them to say, we must try and use all our resources, Maki. I think I like the idea of Prof. Let's try and regionalize it. I think companies, I was an executive in Telkom. I was sitting on the board. I'm now doing some advisory work with other people and other boards. And the interesting thing, companies are putting so much emphasis on the sustainability report and ESG. I think if we collectively can help and harness and channel that money. I think we've all seen the stat about the grade 4 learners and reading for meaning. If we can't get our people to read for meaning, how do we get them interested in STEM? And I would like to encourage all of us to say, when the class of 2048 sits here, they will be the judge of how we've used our collective resources to indeed make a difference in our country and indeed take the continent forward to be an active participant in the digital economy. I would like to thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much. And that was absolutely amazing. What an incredible panel. And thank you very much, Alfonso. And a round of applause as well to Maki and the team. This baton that's been handed over to this team to take this event to a new level. And they've certainly succeeded in that direction. Congratulations. And I think one thing as well, and thank you for the golf thing. I haven't played golf since then, Mario, I must say. But what's interesting is that me coming from a journalist background and having hosted many of these events before, SATNAC for me was such a niched event before because, most of the times you guys were talking about things and wavelengths and stuff, and I was looking at it, I'm going to come on stage, what the hell am I going to ask these people? Because these PhDs are talking about gobbledygoo and stuff that I never understood, right? But the reality is that there's been such an evolution, and you've set such a roadway to discuss things that come into fruition many years later in terms of the scientific things that you discuss. But the point I'm trying to make is that the technology that we've been talking about at SATNAC, particularly over the last 5 years, is so mainstream today. This is what's making the world go round. AI is no longer just a niched technological concept. It's mainstream. It's in everything that we do. And this is why this conference is so important, to really unpack it and help us all understand, and all the scientists that we have in this room to pave the way for the future. So congratulations to all of you, and thank you for joining us. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and then we will resume and we'll talk about the Huawei Cloud. And we've got Harrison Lee, who's the Chief Technology Officer for Huawei Cloud Southern Africa, who's going to be joining us in just a second. So do take a leg stretch. It's now 20 minutes to 10. If we can be back in the room by 10 o'clock to start very promptly. Thank you very much. Dr. Adam Pantanovitz, ladies and gentlemen. Adam, that was absolutely awesome. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Adam, before you go, I need to ask you a question. I mean, you kind of gave us an idea where you stand with regards to AI. And there's so many conflicting positions that people are taking. And I don't know about you, but it kind of scares me when, you know, the godfather of AI, which is Godfrey Hilton, who was at Google for many years, he resigned because of his concerns about the ethical implications of AI. So where do you stand when it comes to AI? I know you touched on it just a second ago, that we ultimately are the ones that have to decide, and, you know, our destiny is controlled by us. But where do you stand?
It's a great question and a complex question, certainly. So I believe that our choices absolutely matter. Our individual choices absolutely matter in terms of how we use these tools. Now, Hinton's resignation obviously was an important signal about his view on the state of the industry. But still, we are in control of what we as humans do. These algorithms are not in control of what we do, certainly not right now. It's how we have chosen to use them that alarmed, you know, this great godfather of AI, Geoffrey Hinton, and his decision to depart was linked closely to what had happened in industry, what we as humans had chosen to do. To me, that's a human decision. It wasn't based on the algorithms. The algorithms, the data, the use of them brings great power that we wield right now, right? But it is a human decision to exploit it in the way that led to the ethical breakdown. And this is a very human problem. Right now, it's a human problem. It may not remain so, Aki, but as it remains a human problem, we need to tackle it in a human way. As human leaders, we need to decide how to use technology better to uplift our species. This moment is unlike anything we have ever experienced before in the course of history, and it is extraordinarily special to be alive in this moment. But if we don't choose well, there's a dire warning. We have to choose well. So my position is, we choose well, we can flourish, absolutely flourish. And I believe we shouldn't stop the pursuit of scientific approach because of cautions. We should rather learn how to choose well.
Sarami, thank you so much, and certainly very inspirational, despite the fact that Adam and I stole so much of your presentation. I think it was absolutely amazing, but kind of scary as well when you look at the future and the uncertainty, and that's, what is the biggest thing that scares you personally about AI? Do you have something that keeps you awake at night?
Yeah, I think it's the bad part.
Yeah.
Crime.
Yes.
I mean, you could wake up tomorrow, your bank account is gone. You know, it's also abuse, especially the social abuse of young children on these platforms.
Right.
That are not controlled. You know,
Yes.
I mean, I'm raising a daughter, and it's always a concern to say, you know, there's somebody there who's a bot who looks like a 16-year-old, but it could be some old 45-year-old pervert.
Yeah.
You know,
You don't know.
That is the reality of it.
Yeah.
And so it's the abuse and the extreme abuse.
Yeah.
And because it's evolving so much faster than us, regulation is being kept behind.
Very much so. We're going to discuss that later on. Which
Regulation
is
is being
actually
kept behind, and how does regulation stay ahead of this thing that is growing exponentially beyond us? Yeah.
But of course, the other side of it is that excites me immensely, and I'm sure it does with you, is how many of our problems it will help us solve.
Absolutely.
You know, what it can bring to agriculture, for example, how it can improve our lives, from a medical example that you raised just a second ago, discovering cancers and discovering cures. I mean, that for me is absolutely exciting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Sarami Taukobong. That was absolutely fantastic. You know, I was looking, I was analyzing what you were saying there, and I was thinking maybe you need to develop an algorithm to understand the churn rate of the data scientists, that predictive analytics. and try and entice them to stay. But that's a massive problem. And you being in this field, what in your mind do you think we need to do as individuals, as organizations, as telecom, as big business, as government? What do we need to do to accelerate getting more data scientists? Because clearly this is a big problem. It's going to stifle our innovation, isn't it?
Absolutely. So I think we must give credit to our academic, our academic sector, because we have lots of programs that have been established now to train data scientists and data engineers as well. So they've seen the gap, they're busy closing it. Unfortunately, we have to wait for the pipeline, I mean, Warren Buffett once said, if you want a child, unfortunately, you have to wait 9 months. You can't have 10 women pregnant and get a child. You have to wait 9 months. So we are at that point whereby we're waiting for the pipeline to mature so it's
coming.
Absolutely, it's coming.
Okay.
We are confident that it's coming. So.
And then, I mean, this is amazing that you can start predicting what your customers are doing, if they're unhappy and everything. Once you understand that, what is the retention? Once you understand that, we've got X churn rate, is technology able to help, bring those customers in, entice them? I know that it's able to spit out marketing campaigns, but how advanced can this technology get in the future?
I think it's advanced as we speak now, because all you need to do is to understand the drivers, right? So sometimes you cannot stop change from happening. I'll give you an example. Most of us here are South Africans, right? And we know the problem of crime. Some of the reasons why our customers churn is because their devices are being stolen.
And they churn because of that?
Because of that, yes.
But how?
My phone, as I walk out of the resort, somebody snatches my phone. I need connectivity. And as I walk out, then I need a SIM card. I buy a small phone, I need a SIM card. What SIM card is available is an MTN SIM card.
Okay, so
I don't have to look for a telecom SIM card. You understand?
Yes.
So those things happen. They drive churn as well.
That's so interesting.
Exactly. So those ones are very difficult to stop. We've got natural attrition as well. People pass away, people immigrate. Those are natural causes. You can't stop them. So you can never be 100%,
That's fascinating. Yeah. And then, of course, the other thing you touched on is that we're creating so much data, and I think one of the previous speakers was talking about it, is trying to make sense of the data. We're predicting that, 200 zettabytes of data by the end of 2025, which is too many zeros for my brain to comprehend. But when you have these massive, large data sets that seem to be increasing with time, how do you actually make sense of that data? Are you drowning in it?
Look, it's easy to drown in it. So you need tech investment. You must have proper platforms to be able to absorb and actually crunch that data. But the skills and the expertise, the know-how, it's very important, because what we do when we do EDA, sometimes you have to take, a machine learning algorithm can take 600 variables, right? To try and make sense of it. But then it will cost you a lot in resources, performance-wise and so forth. You need to be able to have, you need to have the skills to reduce all that data into something manageable. So it takes skills to crunch it sometimes.
Dr. Patrick Sekoka, thank you so much. Let's hear it, a round of applause, please. Thank you very, very much. So much, Colin. Much appreciated. Thank you for joining us. What do you think of our country?
I love it.
You love it?
Yes.
Can we get you a Springbok jersey?
Oh, I would take it if you had a Springbok. Yeah.
Now, listen, fantastic to have you here for the first time. So where do you see this going in the future? I mean, obviously, it's moving at such a pace with AI. And, 1 month to another, there are just massive changes taking place. And I look at a company like BCX, I see the CEOs here, Jonas, and let's say a company, for example, is selling a product like cybersecurity. You've got thousands of clients, and you also happen to be selling cloud, for example, Alibaba Cloud, as they do. Is the system able to say, hey, you've got X amount of customers, you can grow your business by trying to sell these other products? Is that where it's going eventually, with understanding what your customers are doing and what they need?
You're absolutely right, Aki. It's that ability to connect each of the customer experiences, and whether they're a cloud customer or whether they're a cybersecurity customer, there's an opportunity to harmonise the customer data, which has often been very fragmented, but then use AI, for example, to then look for those patterns, look for those opportunities, and create those telco.
Yeah, and I guess you guys simplified the data, because one of the challenges we spoke about earlier is just about the vast amounts of data that's created. And trying to make sense of that data, we seem to be creating more and more data.
Yeah.
How do you guys do that so well?
Well, it's a great question, right? And CSG, we've been in business for about 40 years now. So as a billing organisation, we're sitting on 40 years of billing data. So we just think the potential there, and as the technology creates scale, we'll be able to tap into that billing information and really drive that type of improvement, that type of experience for customers.
Colin, thank you so much. Have a great day further. Thank you very much. Colin Campbell, ladies and gentlemen, from CSG. Absolutely awesome. Give Emmanuel de la Garde a round of applause, please. Emmanuel, before you go.
Oh, please.
You used some lovely descriptive language during your presentation. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You know, it was natural. It's a natural language speaker.
Yeah.
So you know we can't stop that. But listen, let me ask you this. I mean, you really sparked so many thoughts in my mind as you were going through the different levels of AI that you were explaining. However, are we not in danger? I see all these people like Asimov. You know, they've developed these rules for robots and everything. But are we not in danger as human beings of breaking those rules for ulterior purposes? Isn't that a danger when it comes to AI?
No. What I'm saying is two things. I'll give you a first example. In 11th century and 30, the Pope, Innocent II, elect a law, say that the crossbow will be forbidden during the war because it's too dangerous.
Yes.
It's the only reaction. We are doing war, but you have to follow the rule.
Yeah. Okay.
It doesn't mean anything. If you are doing war, it's because you don't want to follow the rules. You know, there's something is incoherent.
Yes.
So that means that it's why what I said is, in fact, the most important things is not the control, is how much wise people here. It's why I want to reinforce this message, especially here. There's a lot of academics, and I would say education represented here. The future is not AI, is not technology, is to educate people.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to ask you who's going to win the World Cup, because I'm afraid you might end it the way you ended your presentation.
No, it's already written. I pay tax for that. You have no chance.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was absolutely awesome. Well done. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Okay.
So, you know, it's interesting that you've used AI to do a whole plethora of things, and I'm seeing a lot of optimization coming through. How much more do you think you can optimize? How much more can AI squeeze in terms of optimization?
So I really think, in this sense, the sky's the limit. And one of the amazing things that we've seen with AI is we look at things in traditional ways, and that's why we think, okay, I can push the boundaries, maybe another 10% here or there. But as we start deploying models that work on the information that's out there, you start getting very, very different viewpoints and very different solutions to the problems. Yeah. So I really think how much more we can squeeze out of it has thus far been limited by our previous experience and previous thinking. And AI is really going to take that over to the next level.
Fantastic. Thank you very, very much for joining us. Round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for Ashvir Singh from OpenServe. much, Sonke. That was absolutely fascinating. And it was so interesting listening to you talking about the metaverse. And obviously the metaverse and the AI that you spoke about are two technologies that are going to go hand in hand in developing many things. And it was so interesting when you mentioned about the digital twins and, developing things in the enterprise side of the metaverse. And I was very interested to know and ask you where the challenges lie, because I was reading at one of the case studies where Boeing is now building their next aircraft in the metaverse, and they've partnered together with Microsoft, and they've got over 2,500 of these HoloLenses, and they've got a digital twin, and they're trying to simulate both at the same time. And they estimate that they will actually potentially can cut costs of developing a brand new aircraft by 80%. And of course, the time and the speed in which doing that. But one of the challenges that they had is to really simulate that real world example of what it's going to be like. Is that a massive challenge? And they cited this by inputting, thousands and thousands of photographs to try and get the system to learn what they are potentially trying to do. Which is really fascinating. What is the one thing about AI that you wish to change or regulate, or the thing that you fear the most?
I think it's a very interesting question. I thought a lot about it because I think there's been a lot of talk about this kind of, the people say that AI could destroy humanity and so on. So a little bit double-clicked more, read about this more, and what I feel like is probably one of the biggest dangers I see, which is more concrete, is probably complacency and laziness. And let me explain what I mean by this. I mean by this that these systems will get incrementally more and more powerful. And I think there will be a tendency, and people will be tempted to give more and more power to the system. It will be like giving, if the system gets better and better, you outsource more on things. Like, for instance, an example of automating the networks. You will give this to the system. The system will increasingly taking care of your network. And if you then not keep up with the technology, if you don't make sure that the people are really knowledgeable about this and still understand what's happening there could be a situation that at one point in time, we've given this away, people don't understand it anymore, and we lose control about them.
And it's doing its own thing.
Exactly.
Especially when you look at where generative AI is going.
Exactly.
I mean, it's quite astonishing the pace at which it's moving at.
So therefore, I think all this training, literacy around AI, I think is so important.
And how far are we away from 6G?
I would say we will see first trials, early processes around maybe 28, and then deployment around 2030.
And how massive a jump is it from 5G at the moment?
I would say it will be an evolution. I think there's a lot of efforts going on that we make sure that it will be an evolutionary extension, but definitely it will be in many cases a massive jump in terms of throughput, again, device density, the IoT devices, as I said, if you connect your extended reality glasses directly to the network, all this will be enabled by 6G.
Yeah, and of course the latency is going to be absolutely incredible.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Sonke.
Thank you very much.
A round of applause, please. unfortunately sends his, his apologies. He is feeling a bit ill today. So we have Amit Sharma from Huawei, who is the Chief Technology Officer for Carrier Cloud and IT for the Southern Africa region. He's got more than 25 years of experience in the industry. So to talk about the Huawei Cloud, please do welcome on stage Mr. Amit Sharma. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's a great pleasure for me to actually be part of this summit, especially SATNAC 25 years, which is Silver Jubilee celebration. And it's also a great pleasure to basically talk on the AI side as well. So in last 2 days, basically we talked about various philosophies of AI. We also talked about generative AI, how it is used in the industry. And we also talk about future, how it is going to be adopted in multiple sectors. But keeping all those things in view, the most important thing is also the fundamental building block, which is the foundation for large model. And in these sessions, I will be taking you through Huawei large model, which is Pangu model. And here, we developed this model in 2021. And after developing, we applied it into various industry segments. And based on our applications in multiple industry segments, we can say that for large model, to add value, it is very important that it should be applied in the industry sides. And currently, not many models are applied to the industry side. So keeping that in view, I will be taking through the experience of Huawei while developing these models and applying it to the industry. So moving forward. Currently, what we have seen is across the globe, there are roughly about 500 big models. And out of those 500 big models, they are basically knowledge-based models. And the most important thing which is missing there is that the industry knowledge. And keeping that in view, Huawei has developed this model. And we found out how to implement it into the industry. And for that, with our experience and commitment to AI industry, basically, we came up and found out few challenges before solving and before developing this model. And those challenges were, the first one was that how this AI model, which is a knowledge-based model, the first challenge is that it is lacking the skills. And this skill is basically these are specializations. So generally, when you build a model, you basically, you built in a lot of knowledge to it by scanning the documents or providing the information from multiple sources. But important thing is also to train that model. And training that model is quite expensive and also takes a lot of time. So that is the one challenge which we face when we develop this model. And the second thing is that the knowledge and the skill deficit as well. And the skill deficit means that most of the large models are basically, developed based on the languages, and they are not trained enough to solve the complex problems of the enterprise. And that requires a lot of knowledge there as well. And the third thing is data security and compliance. So the big models are also good in storing the data. And they are also good in basically, mining the data. But when it comes to training, then at that time, security and this data-related things is also very important. So keeping all those three things in the view, we developed this model and we developed 3 layers of it. At layer 0 is a basic fundamental building block. And you can see there are many capabilities here, which is like computer vision, NLP, then multimodal prediction, scientific computing. So there are many capabilities which are available here, which is the baseline building block capability. And on top of it, then comes the foundation layer. And this foundation layer is specific to the industry. So here we trained this model. We implemented this model in the industry. And you can see government, financial, manufacturing, mining, and various other models were developed on top of this baseline model. Moving up, then we have L2, which is scenario-specific models. So after the model was developed, after the model was trained, when we applied it into the industry, then industry-specific scenarios were developed here. Now, out of these 3 things, the L2 provide open APIs and tools which can be adopted very easily by the industry. And then based on that, you can also do your application development. So from customer point of view, customer can directly go for L1 and L2, adopt with the APIs, and take the tools for their application development. Very easy to do that. However, if you wanted to develop the model specific to the industry, then L0 and L1 can be used. These models are trained as per the industry. You can use it, apply it to the industry, and further reinforcement the learning here. So this is how we have developed this model. And as part of it, we developed a decoupled architecture. As I shared, there's L0, L1, and L2. So we developed a decoupled architecture here. And as part of that development, you need to then go thousands miles. So basically what we say is we need to do a self-learning of that platform. So that self-learning comes with embedding a lot of knowledge to it. So generally speaking, in layman language, it is like, reading thousands of books and also, walking thousands of miles. So when you say reading thousands of books, this clearly means that self-learning of the platform, and to train that, to get those informations, we generally, scan tens of billions of images, documents, and then also built hundreds of terabytes of data to basically build knowledge on layer 0. Now, after you build the knowledge, how to apply it? Your system is knowledge, from the knowledge point of view, the system is having that data. But how to apply it in the industry is also very important. That is called as reinforcement learning. That is, getting the knowledge from the expert and applying it to the knowledge base. So to develop those skills, basically, we have developed more than 50 million questions for the more than 50 million question banks across the industries, and then we train this model based on those questionnaires. So now, at this point in time, then you have knowledge, when you also have the training, the model is trained enough to perform the task. Then after is, you need to walk thousands of miles, actually, And walking of thousands of miles means that you need to apply it into the industry segments. So for that, what we have done is we have applied it into multiple industry segments, as I said, and we keep on learning it from the industry. Now, moving forward, this model is basically a modular model wherein hundreds of capabilities are developed. These are few of the capabilities which are mentioned here, and the important thing is that this is decoupled, which means that on demand, you can select these capabilities and can use it as per your environment, okay? So here, to start with, you can take few capabilities and start doing your developments, and as and when in future, when it is needed, you can add more capabilities here, and then accordingly, you can develop multiple scenarios here. So this decoupled architecture helps you to, fasten your time to the market, and this also reduce your cost as well. Moving forward, there are 4 procedures which we have adopted here as part of moving from L0 to L1. And you can see like we started with accumulating industry knowledge. So in this, we have approached 10 plus industry segments, right from mining, right from R&D, which is medicine field, and machine interaction happens, then also a lot of data is generated. And as part of it, interface is very important. So here we developed 10 plus industry plugins for solving the complex problems, and then we integrated that into the industry to fetch information and to train this model again. Now, data compliance is also very important, and as part of it, what we have done is that we are giving you 3 modes of deployment. The first one is Huawei Public Cloud, And Huawei Public Cloud is sitting in South Africa. We have 3 availability zones here in South Africa. And this model is available there. The second mode of deployment is that this can be deployed on Huawei Cloud Stack as well, which is on-premises cloud solutions, which has 90+ services, and it is almost equivalent to the public cloud, and also share the same architecture here. Then the third mode of deployment is on-premises on your physical deployment. So there are 3 modes of deployment. Depending upon your requirements, you can have that on-premises. Moving forward, from data security point of view, full lifecycle management, end-to-end management, lifecycle of the security, data, model, training, and all these things from the data which is sitting there is also enabled here. And then coming to the engineering kit, basically when we develop this model, then after, it should be well adopted in the industry. And keeping that point in the view, to accelerate and simplify the deployment of industry model, then Huawei Cloud Pangu model engineering kit is released. And as part of it, then you can simplify, industry large models, and you can, do the model training and also do the application development. So all those 3 things, right from knowledge base to the training and then to the development, all those 3 things are available as part of engineering kit. And if I compare it with in comparison to the offline model, then it is almost 3 times faster in comparison to the offline model. And then after, it can be easily deployed on Huawei Public Cloud also. So this is also a critical issue wherein deployment takes a long time if you are doing it in an unorganized way. So to streamline, standardize, and simplify the complex process of the deployments, we provide one-click installation of this model on Huawei Public Cloud, which is there in South Africa. And then on top of it, an application development. It provides various APIs, various inbuilt tools, and based on that, you can do your application development as well. So this helps you to fasten your time to the market in deployment, in training your applications, your model, and reaching to the market. Now, moving forward, I have few use cases wherein we have deployed this model to industry, and I would like to share those models and experience with you. The first one is Pangu Arabic language model. So this model basically was a language model wherein it will give you decision making or knowledge on the language set. So we worked with various organizations to collect data with scholars as well, encyclopedia, Wikipedia, various government documents, and various experts to collect the data. And after collecting the data, it is passed through processing pipelines for cleaning the data to remove the duplicate data. And then after it passed through a duplication pipeline and model filtering, and then we generated 1.5 TB of data. And if I compare it with the nearest previous model which was developed, then it was 20 times more data this model was having. So based on that, then we form a commercially ready Arabic language model with 100 billion parameters, which is also one of the biggest in the industry. And when we compared it with various other models, then in some cases, even it outperformed ChatGPT. So, and we also got an award for this, and it is also, listed in journal, which is Nature's Journal. You can find there as well. Now, moving forward, meteorological model. This is also quite a unique model. And as part of it, what we have done is, let me compare it first with the traditional model. So traditionally, any traditional model, whether it is used by any organization in any country, then generally it is based on numerical simulation. And in numerical simulations, you have thousands of integration. If there is any error in any integration, then collectively your error is so big that your calculation is not perfect. So this is general problem in any traditional weather forecasting system. However, what we did is we did end-to-end fitting here and looking from the patterns of the data, integrating the intermediary process into the model, and giving a one comparison between the input and the output. So by doing this, the error in the model is reduced a lot. And then we trained this model in a way that we developed this algorithm, which is 3D EST algorithm to collect the 3D data. and then we developed 256 million parameters based on that. Now, how we develop this parameter is, we got the data from last 40 years. From last 40 years, with the weather data we collected, and then we trained that model and generated this 256 million set of the parameters. And then the prediction was so accurate, then if I compare it with the European standards, which is European Center for Medium-Range Weather Forecast Systems, which is best in the world, actually, and we found that our performance was 20% better, and the accuracy was 20% better here. So this is also quite unique, and this can be applied in the country to do weather forecastings based on it. And this meteorological large model shows very high accurate in typhoon track predictions, and can effectively generate the extreme weather, cold waves, hot waves, and those things can be done here. So this is our second model which is implemented into the industry. Coming to the third model, and this basically we implemented in railways. So in railways, basically, the current system is based on TFDS, which relies on manual inspections. So here we installed cameras along the track of the train, and then it checked the known and the unknown pattern of the freight which is moving from that track. And based on that, we identified 30 type of common faults. And when we implemented it in China, especially into Zhengzhou railway system, railway bureau, and then we found that we were getting 95% accuracy in finding the fault. So, fault-free railway doesn't, of course, it helps you to, give a better quality in terms of communication, in terms of transportations. So these are the three models which we developed. And then moving forward, there is one more very innovative model which we implemented into the mining industries. And I have a video to show it. And okay.
AI is shaping every industry. And coal mining is shifting from automation to intelligence. So far, intelligence has been about AI taking over tasks that are repetitive, tedious, or even dangerous from humans. But in the future, it will be about using AI to build intelligent coal mining systems capable of intelligent sensing and decision-making. Working with Huawei, Jinneng Holding Coal Industry Group is extensively exploring the use of AI in coal mining. At Sanyuan Coal Mine, intelligent monitoring of the main transport system has replaced the human inspection, accurately detecting anomalies on conveyor belts. Just a small crew is needed underground. Halts in production are minimized and output increased. At Wangjialing Coal Mine, an intelligent system monitors drivage operations and accurately detects operations that violate safety protocols. AI has become an important tool that ensures safe and compliant mining operations. To lower the barrier to using AI in the coal mining industry, an R&D team consisting of mathematicians, algorithm experts, and industry experts from Huawei Cloud's AI division have developed the Pangu mining model, a model pre-trained using massive datasets on coal mines. It is a pipeline for developing AI algorithms on an industrial scale. For various coal mining scenarios, you only need to import massive unlabeled data for model pre-training, and the Pangu mining model performs unsupervised learning. One model can support over 1,000 sub-scenarios, covering drivage, equipment control, transport, ventilation, cleaning, and more areas, making it easier to adopt AI on a wider scale. Conventional AI models detect the unknown anomalies by learning from massive anomaly samples, whereas the Pangu model learns from massive normal samples plus a few abnormal samples through reinforcement learning, which enables it to detect all anomalies to ensure production safety. An architecture with Cloud Edge synergy ensures that samples are used only within the cooperation, protecting data security. Jinneng is actively working with partners such as Huawei, China University of Mining and Technology, and Huaxia Tianxin by utilizing the Pangu mining model and massive algorithms. They are planning to deploy AI to over 200 coal mines. We're setting AI standards for the entire coal mining industry, scaling AI adoption at over 4,300 coal mines and over 10,000 metal mines in China, and building an ecosystem for all scenario AI applications for mining operations.
So this is again one of the examples where we implemented it into the mining industry in China. And this is also implemented, as it said, that on the Pangu model. We trained this model, we implemented it into industry, and then again reinforcement, learning was done based on that. Now, keeping this in view, there are many models, on which we are working. And, our goal is to provide AI for the industry. And, we also invite you, our partners, as well as developers to join us, and co-creating more industry-specific models, promoting the widespread applications, and jointly facilitating industrial intelligent upgrades across various sectors. And by working together, we can achieve intelligent transformation. Thank you. We are also present in exhibition center. We have a booth there, and we also have this model available there. So if you are interested, then we can have a discussion on that there as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was absolutely fascinating. And tell me something. I'm just interested. Huawei spends a tremendous amount on research and development. It's extraordinary the work that you guys have done just in the last few years. Can you tell us a little bit about your research and development lab? Because I've been to Shenzhen. I've seen it with my own eyes, and it's quite extraordinary what you're working on and where you're working into the future.
Okay. So basically, our research and development labs are spreaded across China region, not only China region, but also across globe. We have multiple R&D centers outside China as well. So keeping in view of AI industries, as well as other innovations on cloud, on infrastructures, we have different cities which we have identified, and we are doing those innovations there. As part of the lab, yes, we have lab in China, in Shenzhen, as well as in Chengdu. And we also have an exhibition center here in South Africa, wherein all the technologies are, placed here to showcase and demonstrate how it can fit into South Africa.
Yes, and this is quite new. It was just opened a few weeks ago.
Yes. It was opened by Honorable President of South Africa last month, actually.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Yes. So you all are welcome to visit that lab as well. And most of the time, we do introduce our technology using that lab. It gives a very good environment and very good understanding about the technology from that lab. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, I do urge you to visit the exhibition area. There's really so much to see and so many exciting things that you can actually physically touch and play with. And I love the VR experiences as well. Right, next up, ladies and gentlemen, a fireside chat, unlocking AI for the augmented era. What's next and what will it take to do this? This is going to be moderated by Dr. Tsabi Molapo, who's the Executive for Research and Innovation at Telkom. No stranger to all of us, and especially to SATNAC 2023. Dr. Molapo is the Head of Research and Innovation, and she leads Telkom's research and development portfolio, which includes, ladies and gentlemen, the Telkom Centers of Excellence program and other research-led innovation functions. So give her a big, big round of applause. She's going to be driving this particular fireside chat. Joining the Dr. Molapo will be the other panelists, who include Ntsako Baloyi, who's the Africa lead for data and AI at Accenture Technology. Please do come and join us on stage. Ntsako is the Africa lead as well as the Liquid Studio within Accenture Technology. He also holds a PhD in Information Systems from the University of Pretoria. So welcome to you, sir. Joining them will be Kenilwe Gwabeni, who's the Chief Information Officer at Telkom Consumer and Small Business. And Kenilwe has got more than 23 years of experience in the information technology field. 17 of those years been in the IT leadership roles, and she's worked across different portfolios in energy, in academic, regulatory, and financial. So she's got quite a bit of broad experience when it comes to the topic we're discussing. Stefan, who's the head of data insights and intelligence at BCX. He is an experienced data and scientist, data science and business strategist. He's demonstrated quite a bit of leadership when it comes to specialist and operational teams in the financial services and information technology sectors. He joins them on the panel. And last but no means least, Sajak Arora, who's the Africa TMT and Consumer Consulting Lead at EY, joins this panel. And Sajak has served multiple telco organizations over the 18 years across more than 20 different countries, and he leads the consumer and TMT consulting for EY Africa. Please, a big round of applause for our panel, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Aki. Thank you very much. So Aki and I agreed he will read the bios, because as much as I speak really fast, I can't read that fast on people's biographies. Thank you so much, everybody, and good morning. Welcome to our experts who are going to be part of this discussion today. So when we were planning this session for the conference, our thoughts were, one, we will talk a lot about AI in the first 2 days of the conference, and we wanted to end it with a more practical discussion. The last 1 day and a half talked a lot about what is possible with AI, what can be achieved, but the 4 people on the panel today are going to tell us exactly how to do it. So they're bringing it all down to practicality. What should we be doing in our research labs? What should we be doing as leaders in industry, as engineers, etc.? So that's the first element, to what will it really take to see and unlock the value of AI in South Africa, in Africa and beyond. And the second objective is to really look back and say, what were the recurring themes in the whole conference? Because we have different speakers, sometimes it can feel disjoint. How do we bring it all together? And what's next with all of those points? So they'll each touch on those points. Before we begin, however, there's also been a recurring question, which we asked at the end of yesterday, actually, to the audience on a poll, which is to say, moving forward, where should the most investment and the highest effort be placed if we are really going to unlock value with AI in Africa? We'll come back to the other discussion, but one quick answer. A word, a sentence, a phrase. I'm going to start at the end with you, Sajak. What should we be investing most in?
So, Sabi, my view has changed.
Since we spoke?
So my view has changed after hearing in terms of a lot of extreme, views since yesterday.
Okay.
So what I'll say in single phrase is invest in research, innovation, and education to solve for infrastructure and compute challenge across the continent in a much more affordable and sustainable way.
Thank you, Sajak. You're technically cheating my question, because what we said to Aki yesterday was there's at least 10 things that we should all be doing, all of which are correct. That's why our poll was a bit unfair, because we asked about education, R&D, etc. All those things are all important, but I want to know your most important one.
You have to spend money on innovation to solve for infrastructure challenge, because otherwise you will be trying to do research without solving the continent's challenge, which is specifically around compute and infrastructure.
Agreed. Thank you. Stefan?
Thanks, Sabi. Morning, everyone. I want to start off by linking to infrastructure and compute and say that I think we're privileged in South Africa to have really scalable access to infrastructure and compute. And so there's maybe a budget question, but when I look into Africa, I think there's a real infrastructure and compute challenge. And so it's great to see investment in that area. Still a long way to go. For me, I think the key thing is around really the application of AI, the development, and how we release budget to practically apply that in our businesses.
Thank you. Thank you, Stefan. Kinele?
Thank you
Thank you.
I saw her.
Yeah, maybe it speaks to what you should be investing more in. But anyway, Kinele. Always.
Am I audible? Perfect. Thank you very much. So, for me, the topic of discussion is very close to my heart. I'm a rural girl. And all the technologies that we've been speaking about, all the cool things that can be done, are not accessible to the rural villages because we don't have infrastructure. So the question is not just unfair because all those elements are critical, but I think we're supposed then to categorize it based on where people are at. Those who know me, I always categorize our communities in 3 different categories. We've got professors and doctors and scientists who can expand on it and make a whole lot more categories, but for the context of our conversation, always look at it from 3 perspectives. We've got the connected communities that can afford, we've got the connected communities that cannot afford, and then we've got the unconnected communities that cannot afford. So what's important for the unconnected community is not the same as for the connected community. So we have to look at it from that perspective. And I am bimodal. I've seen Gartner people here. I learned the term from that. There's a bimodal. I can be in 2 places at the same time. So I'm in Gauteng where I'm connected. I cannot afford. And then I visit my mother in the rural village, and then I become unconnected, and the priorities change. So investment really has to speak to the requirement and solve for the problems based on these communities to address the needs. Thank you.
That's incredible. Nzako.
Neil beat me on the village claim. I wanted to claim the villagership first. But nonetheless, I think maybe before I answer that question, it's worth mentioning because I think a lot of people have spoken about how SATNAC, and in particular through the COEs, has contributed towards development of skills. And I do want to confess that I am a product of the program myself. Excellent. As a starting point. And secondly, to your question, which colleagues have already alluded to the fact that you're limiting us, and I'll stick to the limitation.
Please do.
And take a particular bias, especially because I've got the privilege of speaking after them. For me, it will be more about democratizing AI. And that's why I think investment needs to go, and it speaks to all the sectors. So in government, we need to see AI adopted, and I know that there's a discussion around start with automation and then go to AI, but we need to democratize AI in government, in our institutions, to our researchers. The work you do in the lab, let's test it out throughout the universities. In industry, to date, seeing in Africa in particular, still small-scale implementations, almost like we're experimenting. For instance, the topic that Dr. Shoga spoke to yesterday, it's one of the areas that almost every telco would be doing. And I'd like us to see us going beyond that. Let's scale AI and make it more practical. Because if you can do it there, we know that the customer side, it's easier because it's driven by apps, so people will know Siri, etc. But in making sure that it makes impact to communities, to government service delivery, to the way organizations operate, to the way people do their work and can collaborate with technology. I think we need to invest in that space. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I think this also brings us back to the theme of the conference, which is the augmented era, which I know we'll talk a bit about now, but thinking of navigating AI in a connected society. So, Kinelo, to your point, is AI doesn't exist in isolation. We can build AI or we can build all technologies here. We need to be connected. And those questions around even how we are connected, everything to how sustainable is our connectivity. Also, how scalable is our connectivity? Who is connected, right? What do we do with the connectivity? It's a very all-encompassing theme. And while we are confessing, I too am an alumni of the COU program. I did my PhD at UCT as a COU student as well, and many others in the audience today. And we'll continue to do this to celebrate what this program has truly done. So moving forward, I think I'm going to start with you, Stefan, to say yesterday, even today as well, we saw many demonstrations of generative AI. Many of us have seen other examples of what generative AI can do, generating text, generating script, generating videos. And I think what I want to leave with the audience today is how do we use the same technologies? How do we use the same capability that we have today to generate a music video, of a professional singing a very trendy song using generative AI. How do we use that capability in industry? How do we then unlock value for society and for industry using the same technology? What's possible? What can we do now? But I was also sitting back and thinking it will be amiss if we leave the audience focusing too much on generative AI as AI, right? Let's talk about generative AI. What can we do today to unlock the value? And then step back and say, what is actual bigger AI? And what is practical today? What can we be doing? Low-hanging fruits with all of AI.
Awesome. Thanks, Toby. That's a big question. But
Sorry.
Happy to jump in. And I'll share a few examples of some personal experiences. And I think maybe some context. My team, we've been kind of building muscle in this area of data science and AI over the past 5 or 6 years. And it reminds me of what Adam and Sarami said around sharpening the saw. So I think absolutely it's critical that we should be investing in the skills that we need to build this muscle and to apply AI in our businesses. So an example of that, we work across data management, which is some of the foundational elements of the data that feeds into our AI models. We've been working really hard at what we talk about as machine learning operations, which is how we model and manage these machine learning models in production. And then the AI side or data science side is then how we apply that to extract value in our businesses and then for society. When I think about generative AI, one of the real examples in the past 6 months that we've been able to do is we have been spending a few years in the area of speech services. And this has really now been transformed by generative AI, as we've seen in many of the presentations. And so over the past few years, we've been developing models that help us move audio data in our South African languages into text. This is not a new area of research. Many of the professors and students here will have worked on those problems. Really a resource issue in terms of availability of data. And so within a few months, we've been able to take our existing highly accurate models into a space where we can now deploy multilingual models that are deployed at a lower cost with higher inference speed and that are multimodal. And this we do because we've built up muscle in this area of applied data science, but then leveraging the new technologies that are coming in like generative AI. So absolutely generative AI, we can apply this in our contact centers. That's probably one of the obvious first areas of value. But I love the Huawei presentation. We're seeing applications in industry. We're working with Sasol to see how do we deploy and experiment with large language models in their context. So I think there's just such broad opportunity. But if I take that step back then to say not just generative AI, then I mean we've also seen and heard some really good examples in the conference around that. Dr. Patrick talked about churn, which is one of the foundational elements of business application of AI. I think machine learning and how we use that in advanced analytics to solve business problems, that's the kind of learning ground. That's where we really start extracting value. And probably the area that's easiest to apply in our core business. Because on the one hand, I know that we need to be experimenting, and that's really a large focus of ours is to see where do we experiment, where can we test these new applications or generative AI, large language models, but then critically, how do we then move from that experimentation into the actual application to our core businesses? Thanks. Sorry, long answer.
That's perfectly good. Thank you, Stefan. I'm going to jump back and come to Nzako because you talked about the democratization of AI, which the AI value chain is long, and it depends on who you ask in terms of what that looks like. And to me, it's not just in the creation of AI, that, like I'm saying, the value chain is quite long. So I don't know if you can speak a bit to that, but also with what Stefan is saying around what we can begin to do now, right? Within organizations, because I mean, most of you are leaders in industry, some of the most influential companies in the country. From your perspective, how do we democratize, the creation, the adoption of AI in society, but also driven by industry? But also, what else should industry be doing? Because we'll see this afternoon what academics are doing in driving us in the next era with AI. What are we doing as industry, and how do we democratize it across the value chain?
Great question. Maybe let me start with the last part, because
Sure,
a few minutes ago I was lobbied by academia where they were saying, Chief, we need sponsorship. We've got many students, and they knew that I would sympathize because I'm from there. They produce me, right? So I'm leaning towards that lobbying and and saying that I think from a perspective of what industry can do, there's certainly a lot from a funding point of view that we can do to help institutions build talent. And I think we've got the responsibility to do that. And I gave an example of my own organization where we're hiring a lot more data scientists, and sometimes we're bold to even say we want PhDs, right? So it's clear that if we want PhDs, we need to then be able to produce PhDs. And to produce PhDs, we need to then release funds, similar to the conversations that just happened earlier, to be able to enable academics to do what they do best, which is release academics for us that we can then be able to then service these emerging technologies, particularly because those skills are niche and we need the investors to help build those skills. So that's the one part. So we need to assist a lot in terms of funding. And so in the lobbying, one, we heard you. Two, I'm making sure that the voice is accentuated to all industry partners in this room and those who will be watching. So I paid my debt.
He has made a commitment. We will be following up after the conference.
I knew I could trust you to do that.
We absolutely will.
So now taking a step back in terms of what we can practically do in this particular space, and I want to lean on what you said. It's quite interesting because in the recent past, we've seen an amazing drive because of generative AI, right? Every executive member is talking about it. I'm sure within the telecom board as well, everybody's talking about it. Everybody's asking, what are we doing about it? So you probably have been challenged to say, how are you showing that we're using generative AI internally? Okay, and that's the beauty of it. That says, even organizations that traditionally would not have wanted to invest in AI are saying, but it has been debunked. The whole notion that AI is difficult, it's expensive, has been debunked. How do we get into the bandwagon and start railing? And that has started kind of the democratization process in organizations, because now C-suite execs are saying implement it. They're saying do it because they've seen how useful it can be and how accessible and easy to use it can be. With that said, there's an entire value chain in the process, and we do need to think about the whole value chain, and that's from a responsible AI point of view. And I know that there was a bit of talk about this, but I want to contextualize it to the South African context, right? Because in that value chain, in being responsible, we also need to make sure that to democratize, we take everybody along. Sure. To take everybody along, it means we need to bring everybody on board for them to understand that the idea is not to take away their jobs. It will always be a battle, because otherwise, if we're at odds with unions, you won't be able to implement it. Sure. So it means we need to then bring everybody along the journey, because if we don't bring the colleagues on board to then be able to apply as part of business as usual AI in our operations, one, we won't be able to reach scale, we won't be able to innovate faster and grow our organizations. And if we can't do that, it means we'll struggle, and ultimately the same base will struggle because we'll be forced to either downsize or not grow the numbers. So it's in everyone's best interest that we go AI, because we'll grow our revenues, be able to do more, innovate, etc. But we need to bring them on board so that they can know that they can trust us in being able to drive that, because ultimately it becomes to the benefit of the economy, of the organization, and to the benefit of everyone. And in that sense, going back to the Gen AI whole discussion, I can tell you now, even in organizations, and sorry to executives who are sitting here and they don't have policies yet in the organizations to regulate how AI is used. I can tell you that your employees today are using Gen AI to answer some of the basic questions, whether you like it or not. Now, the question is, what are you going to do about it to ensure that, forget government regulating, that takes time, and there's actually a window to do more before they regulate, right? Look at how, for instance, how long Papaya took. It took 13 years to come into effect, and about 3-4 years to have the first fine, which just came just now, which is good because there's time to then innovate, do more before you have to comply. But to close off the discussion, it means organize. I'm a businessman, so you forgive me. So in the meantime, it means organizations need to internally put systems in place because there are frameworks to be able to do AI responsibly in a way that won't expose us, but will allow us the scale to be able to realize the value and then meaningfully contribute by the time we have to discuss policy.
Thank you, Nzako. Before I go to Kinelu, I wanted to, again, bring him back to my forcing practicality. In the organization, right, and I'm talking to our colleagues at Telkom and every other industry member here, who is writing these policies? I mean, our organizations are most, typical. Who is writing the policies, right? Is it coming from, the CIA office? Is it the legal department? How are we practically ensuring that, just bringing it back even within the company itself, who is doing this? And that's just for us, right? But for the rest of our users, for our customers, let's say we want to govern and regulate before the government can, enforce policies on all of us as industry, very quickly. Internally, who should be doing it? And who should be doing it on behalf of our customers?
Actually, this is a easy question for me because we're doing it within our organization. One, because we're a service provider, every opportunity we log on our system gets vetted. Is this an AI opportunity? If it is, there are a set of questions we have to answer. And that is to ensure that there are controls and processes in place to make sure that the way we'll be able to deliver that solution is in a way that is responsible and follows our responsible AI principles. But to your earlier question, who should do this? We've done it also. I was involved in a project that I was actually heading in terms of building policies for organizations. It was a global project, not a local one. But effectively, just to give you a view of who was involved in that, we had people who had a legal background, we had people who had data science background, we had people from business. So even the way you govern AI generally, it forces you to take a multi-stakeholder approach. It is not just legal, it is not just the data science team, it is not just business, it is everyone because it affects everyone.
Excellent, thank you so much. And I think this speaks to our leadership as well, to say we need to find ways of encouraging this, collaboration within our business units, within our different verticals, because otherwise we fight a losing battle, trying to do everything within our own little corners. And we'll come back to this as well. Kinelu, you sit in the most privileged part of the organization. You look after infrastructure, you look after all of what enables this to be possible. Now, what should we be doing? What will it take from your office and from similar offices to unlock the augmented era? What should you and other people in your units be investing in? What should our technical people be learning in order to catch up and be able to unlock value? What should our universities be teaching the student? What new skills do you see? Broadly from IT, from infrastructure, all of it.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Chabi. It's a whole lot. With how quick the world is evolving and transforming. I was saying the other day that the Department of Home Affairs just publishes the list of critical skills. And then a few weeks later, we've got a new skill that's critical but not on that list. So the important lesson really is to encourage our students to be resourceful, to be industrial, and have the ability to adapt and move as quickly into whatever the situation may be. If you look at COVID, I'm going to just give away my age. So we come from a generation where we lived in caves. We had to chase our food and hunt it down, Stone Age. And today we are in the 4IR. It took a lot of innovation and transformation to get us there. So one of the speakers did say yesterday that AI and digital transformation is not really a new thing. We've always been doing it. If you look at millions of transformations and innovations that happened to take us from the Stone Age to the 4IR age, an example I'll give is think about candle makers. What did they think when a guy came to them and say, oh, I'm going to generate electricity using nuclear power or whatever effect is, right? So they went through the same process that we're going through now. And that electricity that was just focused on generating light evolved, was transformed to do a much more, right? So now we rely on it for everything, to make food. We rely on it to even get connectivity, to enable us to use these AI technologies and solutions that we're talking about. So being resourceful and industrial and the ability to remain relevant is very important. Earlier on, one of the speakers in the Jubilee panels urged us as Telkom to look at our business model. And I want to expand on that to say it's not just to look at the business model to enable the centers of excellence, it's also to look at our business model to make sure that we remain relevant in this digital evolution and revolution era where investment, you ask, where must investment be focused on? On innovation, on looking at alternative revenue streams over and above our traditional telco solutions and offerings, right? So it becomes tricky when our customers are facing economic challenges, then it means that our revenue also, it takes a knock. So focus, again, previous speaker from yesterday spoke about where that situation forces organization to refocus the investments on the core business, where you find innovation then is deprioritized. And then again, in today's panel, a focus was made on saying we have to be intentional on investing, and I think it was Aki who mentioned saying innovation is no longer just an over and above, something that we're doing. It is part of the core. So when we review our investment, we must not deprioritize it because it's one of the very critical elements that are going to move us forward. So it's really talking to that point of ensuring that we remain relevant in our skills, we remain relevant as the corporates in the industry. And if you look at Telkom, what we did when COVID hit was to make sure that we try as much as possible to assist and help our SMMEs who really took a knock, are impacted because majority of their businesses required physical contact, and we had to implement digital platforms that enable them to have access to connectivity products from Telkom online through our e-commerce platform. But then also we built a digital marketplace that enabled them to continue advertising their products and services, to sell and buy from each other within the SMME ecosystem, but also to their customers, on the street. So that really assisted them. And I like that it also focused on multiple categories that I provided. Remember before that the connected were service, the connected and the ones that couldn't afford, how we helped them to address that issue was not only looking at it from the technology and architectural perspective, we ensured that our solutions did not require them to invest on expensive devices to be able to run them. But also, we zero-rated these platforms for the telecom customers to help them from an affordability perspective, that they can still access these platforms, they can still go advertise their businesses and sell without using their data, and they can use their data for something else, where then they call and do other logistics and admin-related activities for their businesses. So AI, Dr. Chabi, is really no longer a discussion from is it critical, is important, should we invest on it? If we don't move with the time, we either going to not be relevant, or it's going to really force us to be innovative. Like I said, remember, we come from the Stone Age to the 4IR age, and we are naturally an innovative species. We adapt, and we always find innovative ways to move forward. If you look at where we are now, from an AI perspective, globally, the developed and connected countries are doing amazing things. We're excited to see in the exhibition halls the wearable AI devices. In America, the FDA, what's the full name for FDA? The Food and Drugs Association, something here? In May or June, approved Neuralink's request to do invasive AI. So Neuralink is now implanting chips in the people's brains because they ran trials with animals, probably poor rats. So now it is here, it's now, right? The human beings are now going to be part of the integrated Internet of Things.
Sure.
You will be able to use your thoughts, to give a command. And it's exciting because when you look at, the core focus of Neuralink is to enable the people who use artificial limbs. What's the proper biology name?
Prosthetics.
There we go. The prosthetic limbs to be able to control movement. So if I've got a artificial arm and I've got a chip in my brain, through my thoughts, I can control movement of that arm. If I've got artificial eye, when I've got that chip, it can really assess the environment and be able to identify items, figures, tree, plants, colors, and translate that into vision.
Sure.
Right? So it's always been a miracle to say even the blind will see. Guess what? We are here now. Moving us towards that. When we bring it back into the South African context, we're seeing progress being made. I'm trying to remember when, I think it was March 2023, Netcare Hospital in Pretoria used a robot to perform surgery for the first time. So yes, these robots now are opening our bodies up and operating on us. So if you sit in there thinking, a robot will not perform surgery on me, it's reality. This is in South Africa now. The Western Cape is also embracing that, and I think this is the agency for the government, which was exciting to seeing that work already being embraced from an AI perspective by government, where the agency for, I think it looks at trade and investment and tourism. I think WESGRO, it's what it's called. They have developed a digital twin of St. Albert's Town, right in the Western Cape. But it's not an advanced digital twin. It's really a virtual copy of St. Albert's Town, where they're encouraging the young kids to go there and learn about tourism. And they've partnered with Roblox. Many of us here with young children know Roblox because we are broke. Our children use our money to buy Roblox currency, Robux. And they've partnered with Roblox. Roblox is a platform where gamers can develop games, but then again, people can go and play games. So WESGRO has developed a digital twin of town. This is South Africa now. When you look at, obviously, globally developed countries are really moving quicker and at scale than us, but we really are making progress, and it's a reality that we are at. So it's exciting. Those are practical examples of how AI is being done. That brings back to my question, what can be done is bridge the digital divide. In 1996, I was sitting at Peninsula Technicon, aka Pentech, and the lecturer was telling us about bridging the digital divide. That was almost 30 years ago. We're sitting here and still talking about the same, so we have to be intentional and bridge that digital divide.
Sure. So very quickly before I move on to Sajak, Maki talked earlier about line items, right? Zago already told us he's putting a line item, we all heard, to fund PhD students to do research, which we are all excited about. If you were to put a budget for next year, what new line item are you adding to enable everything you just said now? One new line item that
So
wasn't there before.
Exciting because I see the group CEO is here. I see Simo is here, Chief of Commercial. I see Lebu is here. He heads up our mobile connectivity. I do acknowledge that. I mean, the line item for me is to implement infrastructure in the rural communities to make sure that we don't leave them behind when we go into this digital transformation journey. And to do that, it's not a telecom problem. It's not going to be a Centec. Oh, there's a CEO of Centec here. Exciting. The people who've got the wallets are here. It's not only a CEO of Centec's problem, Mr. Boy. It's not government's problem. It's a collective, right? Even us as citizens, we must stop asking ourselves, what is government doing for us? We have to ask ourselves, what is it that we're doing for our community? Okay, so I'm a Christian. I always go back to this. I know the Christians are going to kill me, but the way I see it is, with Christians, we have what we call tithing. That is the money that we give to show our gratitude from the blessings that God has given us by blessing others. And I'm saying, as a citizen, I mean, people are always sitting there, so what can we do? There's nothing we can do. Guess what? We can show gratitude by blessing these SMMEs in our communities and investing in them, right, and enabling them to grow. We can come in and chip it and say, how can we solve the rural connectivity problem? Because it really is a challenge. I went home last week because we partnered, I know I digress, sorry guys. We partnered with, I've got 7 mentees now, small school girls, and one of our partners is really helping us with education support. And to do the logistics, we needed to get their phone numbers. And I asked my chief logistics officer, my mom, to say, run quickly and get me their phone numbers. One of them didn't have a phone. She lives with a very young child, who's one of my mentees. She's 10, and the mother doesn't even have a phone. How then do you communicate when there's a problem at home? How then do you communicate for, to do anything? But then it goes beyond with the people who've got phones. When the group CEO of Telkom knows this, I've said this before, the mildest of wind blows in Matlonyane, that's my village, in Mafike. The slightest of wind blows, electricity is going, connectivity is going. So it doesn't help to have the device now, you don't have connectivity. So the line item is we need proper infrastructure, we need to collaborate. Lebo, I know you told me that you're working on the 5G plans. I'm watching you. I'm going to be following up on that. And there are satellites floating in the atmosphere. We can collaborate and see how we can work together to solve for that. So it's Pushka is there as well, Pushka, OpenServe, all right? So
challenge accepted.
I'm very clear on my line item. It's got responsible people.
So we are actually going to come back and follow up on these promises at SATNAC next year. I've noted all of them. We're going to move on quickly. Sajak, first, what's your line item? Because we are not going to achieve the augmented era doing everything the same way we have been, allocating funding as it were, setting up and configuring teams the way that we've been doing. So first, what's your line item? That's new, that's different, but is saying we are doing this specifically to enable AI, to enable the impact of AI for industry. but also how are you reorganizing your organization? How should we be responding and setting ourselves up for success with this?
Sabi, I'll give some context around before I answer your question on one line item. Please remind me if I forget. If you look at the capital markets, right, and if I'm assuming some of us do follow NASDAQ top 100. Over last 3 quarters, the use of AI in earning call has increased tremendously. It hasn't been done before, right? So when we look at NVIDIA becoming a $1 trillion organization from a market cap perspective, what it shows is that investors, markets, boards are expecting a lot from AI. If you remember, there was a time when digital transformation was just starting off with 4AIR, sort of a conversation happening. The multiple of the organization who had tech after them started shooting up. Everyone wanted to be health tech, agri-tech, retail tech, you name it. The multiple started going up. Similar concept is happening with AI right now. Now, if you look at NVIDIA's history, they were just a gaming graphic sort of a chip designer, but they have continuously evolved to serve to multiple industries. They started off with Tesla, providing them chips. Now Tesla manufactures their own chip. They were working with Apple. Apple has gone onto their chips. But AI, right, has ensured that NVIDIA targets different industry. ChatGPT, run on NVIDIA. That's the reason in terms of when Microsoft comes in and invests $10 billion in NVIDIA, it is talking about something. It is something big. Now, if capital and market are all moving towards AI, organization, boards, industry leaders, CEOs are always going to have a AI mind space being taken. Now, if you look at an organization, and I'm just going to use an example how Patrick explained yesterday. If an organization has a 20% operating margin, it is easier for me to save 1 rand to give that rather than generate 5 rands to deliver exactly the same 20% margin. So the logical choice for investing in one line item immediately with AI is how do I optimize my cost in 3 areas, which is customer experience, service excellence, operation optimization. And I think it was Ashwir who spoke yesterday from OpenServe about a lot of stuff that they're doing in maintenance. That's inspiring.
Absolutely.
So it is given that all the organizations are going to put their effort in AI initially towards the optimization and the cost part, but the differentiation is going to come from the organization, or let me say the leaders of future will be the one who just not only manage the cost side of things, but also focus on the growth side. What is the revenue potential? What is the potential of human growth that is possible with AI, which will mean new businesses are going to come up, new business models are going to come up. We have been talking about we have so much data, right? But it is the organization like Palantir Technologies that is using the data to inform what needs to be done. Data is meaningless if you can't convert it to information. Sure. So it will be important for the organization to not just focus on the AI cost side and optimization side, but also look ahead at the future, but in a very responsible way, because last 2 days conversation, and I think it was Serame who did mention about consequences or the unknown, what can go wrong. That is very critical. And the reason why I say that is, as human, we are the most intelligent species on the planet. Imagine tomorrow machines start controlling the world and we have let them govern us what we do. It will be, that's why in terms of when Elon Musk and godfather of AI talks about the risk associated with AI, they are not wrong. It can definitely be an existential crisis for us. So yes, we have to move ahead with technology, invest in the AI technologies and move ahead with a lot of stuff. But at the same time, we would have to be conscious of what decisions are we making? And it comes back to the question that you asked, Nsako, about policy. Who decides policy? Anyone and everyone who is going to touch AI or is going to be using AI in future have to be conscious as human species that we define our own policy and don't do anything evil that actually brings down the entire humanity to a different level.
Cool, thanks, Sajak. We are out of time, but I want to ask this last question to, again, trying to wrap up everything, because we were all meant to wrap up the conference. One point that stuck with me yesterday was Wendy's question of, should we all be building our own AI models? I'm going to start with you, Stefan, and I'll ask everybody to comment on this as we wrap up. Every company that's present here, should we all be building our own AI from the bottom up? How do we maximize the value, right? How do we collaborate among ourselves? As a telco, should I be sitting and building my own AI product? If not, who is building the foundations that enable my product? Who is building the infrastructure that enables, the activation of this product? It's a very broad question, but it speaks to what in academia we like to call the, the piloting cycle, which we sometimes find ourselves in. Small products, small projects, round around, that never go anywhere. How do we avoid the small pilot crisis, but somehow leverage AI at scale? How do we scale? And how do we work together to actually achieve AI, the augmented era, at scale? Starting with you and everybody else as we conclude, please.
Thanks, Toby. I think from my side, it's, I guess we have to get practical and realize that not each company can develop these large language models, develop their own AI models. For me, it's absolutely about application. I mean, you talked about NVIDIA. NVIDIA have a large source of open, or large group of open source frameworks per industry. We took, within 3 months, one of those open source frameworks, implemented and increased the value that we were delivering out of an existing product significantly. And so that collaboration allows us to move fast. NVIDIA is making those frameworks available free of charge, open source, because they realize that that stimulates the growth and application of AI, and in the end it leverages their underlying product. While we doing the same with their industry models and encouraging collaboration. So for me, absolutely, it's about partnering and investing. I think there is an area on the cusp that's really specific to your context as a business, where you need to be innovating.
Sure.
And so really the balance is, how do you move fast, leveraging open source or partner frameworks, and then innovate on that edge to make it specific to your industry or customer context?
Absolutely. Who wants to continue? Who feels best to pick up from what Stefan? Can you let me know? Please.
I'm really aligned with Stefan's view that there's no need to reinvent the wheel. Really, we have to look at efficiencies and really benefiting from the economies of scale. If you look at the whole principle on cloud computing, really it's based on that. Avoiding to reinvest or spend investment on infrastructure and hosting and services that already exist. So the same approach, really, I believe, will help us to move forward, but it will require us to collaborate.
Absolutely.
Right? So because if we don't collaborate, then how are we going to leverage and learn from each other? So in yesterday's panel, I think what came out clearly was that collaboration is quite key, and it's something that we have to look at working on to move ourselves forward as a collective things.
Cool, thank you. Nsako, how are we doing this? How do we make the collaboration possible? And to Stefan's point, how do we determine where we should play? Because the temptation is to play across the whole value chain. The temptation is to generate data, collect it, curate it, build models, build products, scale them, and hopefully everybody buys it all from us. How do we know? Where should we be playing?
Good
and
question.
Who is helping us all to know where do we play in the world of AI?
Good question, because my answer was going to be wrong, because I was going to say yes and no. And the professors here were going
Give
to
the
mark
wrong
me
answer.
wrong,
The
right?
professors here don't. They don't
Because they'll
practice
never take a yes and no
medicine.
answer. But it's a good question because there are circumstances in which it is best to leverage what's already there. So that's the yes. And so you'll have all these foundation models, industry-specific, the example that Huawei gave, the 3 examples that they gave, and several other technology vendors are doing something similar. So in those cases, you absolutely want to then contextualize by retraining with your own data. I mean, the base is built. It's quicker because the question that Ramu will always ask you, how can you do it cheaper? Right? And we know that investing in these things is expensive. But if you're building on top of existing models, you do it quicker, you do it faster, quicker to value, okay? Now, they know where it gives you unique differentiation and an urge. You want to then invest in building something from scratch.
Sure. What gives you unique differentiation and an edge? We'll take away from that. And I think everybody's asking themselves the same question. SATNAC, in conclusion, what gives us as telcos unique differentiation and an edge? And literally in a sentence or less, how do we scale?
You have access to the data. Start using it and keep customer at the center as you have always done. If you can start from there and drive, push for customer value, taking care of your shareholders in a sustainable manner without compromising any ethical issues, I think we definitely have a differentiating advantage.
Excellent. Thank you so much, everybody.
Before you go, guys, before you guys go, we have one question, and I think this is such a fascinating conversation, and I have thoroughly enjoyed this panel discussion. But Mr. Serame Tokabong, the CEO of Telkom, has a question for the panel. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Yesterday we heard of white privilege. This is called executive privilege. So just more of a challenge than a question, and maybe to Tsabi and Stefan, as you go back to Telkom. Picking up on a conversation that you, Tsabi, and Tsakwa had about writing an AI policy, it makes it sound like it's a separate animal. The sense I'm getting from this conference is that AI is the way of how we should operate. So is it writing an AI policy or saying how does our organizational culture and shift move governed by AI? So in this room, there's no HR. There's no legal. There's no social and ethics. All those other critical elements of how, if we are going to be an AI-driven organization, the old adage that if you want to be digital, be digital.
Yeah.
And where are we missing that opportunity? So I'd like to throw the challenge to you guys to say, how are we going to shift this organization? I mean, do I need a recruitment agency anymore? Because I can give Stefan an algorithm of a job spec. He'll throw it into his system. Everybody's on LinkedIn, and boom, I've saved myself 250,000 rand recruitment fees. And in fact, our chair has been watching the past 2 days, and he was saying, I'd actually like to have a conversation about this, because what does it mean to the board? Do we need a board? How does the board operate in an AI-based organization? So I think it's to move it away from being an IT-centric, but if this is going to be our way of life, it goes beyond just one functional area. And I challenge you two to come and challenge EXCO of what does it mean to be an AI-driven organization. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent points. Thank you very much. See, the share price has gone up since you started saying that about the HR department being eliminated.
I don't think we have time to respond. I keep it.
But no, please, no. I think whoever wants to respond, you can respond, because I think it's such a great question. We've got so many different facets in an organization, but HR and legal, and here we are discussing points about AI. Who wants to take that question on? And any comments from the panel?
Yeah, no, happy to comment, Serame, and there's already been I think an article that showed the first CEO being replaced by AI.
Wow.
It's happening.
You've got a funny way of handing in your
On a more serious note, I think about this in two broad areas. I think our theme is augmented era. And so the phase that we're heading into in AI is really around how that augments our business, our workers, our employees, whether that's in HR or in legal, finance, etc. And so what I've seen is the pace of change is so fast. I need to absolutely immerse myself to stay relevant, to understand how this is applying. And I realize that there is a gap that will emerge in terms of how our employees also embrace this. So for the augmented era, I think for the next year or two, we'll see tools becoming available, whether that's in the office suite or the different tools that we use that enable us. And so there'll be some learning that needs to happen around how we leverage that to become more productive. And so that's critical. I think if we get that right, if we embrace that across the organization, then that will save significant cost and make us more efficient. And then the other side of that equation is where we are leveraging AI for much more specific business value or impact. And so that then requires, I think, more investment in that specific development area, whether it's customer experience or operations, like Ashvia spoke about. So I think it will have a broad impact, and certainly there is action needed across the enterprise. So definitely a conversation for board.
And I'm looking at my boss because I'm about to say that one of the best books I've read recently, I'm paraphrasing, but it basically speaks to the fact that we are now all technologists. There used to be a time when, Stefan, you and your team were the core AI people. We all are now core AI people.
Yeah.
That's how we make it work, right? That's how we make HR AI people too. That's how we make legal. It's like, we make legal AI people too. It's no longer the doctors, the PhDs, the data scientists. It's bringing everybody together. It's having Maki coordinate us all sitting in the room, solving the internal efficiencies, solving for revenue generation, solving for optimization with everybody in the room, causing that, creating those new teams where we are all technologists. We are now all AI scientists somehow, bringing our expertise together. This is the ultimate, value of multidisciplinarity and one Telkom, that way.
Thank you very much. What a wonderful way to end that panel discussion. A round of applause, please, for Dr. Molapo, who was moderating that, and Ntsako Baloyi, Kenilwe Gwabeni, Stefan, Sajak Arora. Thank you very much to all of you for being part of this session. It's quite extraordinary. You talk about AI. I don't know if anybody has noticed this, but if you go to LinkedIn, for example, and you want to post something, mine's coming up, it says here, start typing or draft with AI. So it allows me to paste or type what I want to write, and then I click on the AI button, and the AI just makes it look even nicer, So whatever we're thinking creatively is being changed consistently by AI, and it's, I guess, augmenting what I'm typing and making it look better, which is fantastic. And at this point, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a presentation. We're going to announce the SATNAC Industry Challenge winners in just a second. And I would also like to urge all the executives that are in the room today to, after this morning's session, to please go into that plenary in the exhibition area, go and engage with the students. Just go and look at the papers that are there and engage with them, ask the questions. These are the future leaders of tomorrow, and you are part of the process, and that's what SATNAC is all about. So please, don't forget to go and engage with the students and look at the papers, ask the questions, interrogate what they've come up with, and we would like you to encourage you to do this. But before we go any further, I would like to invite the Group Executive of Innovation and Transformation, also the Chairperson of SATNAC. Please welcome on stage Dr. Maki Jantjies, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Aki. I'd actually like to invite Dr. Molapo. This is her session that she's facilitating, but I'll just give context to this. So last year we started, we piloted a hackathon to bring an entrepreneurial, to bring a very close touch between industry and the students. And last year, you would have realized that at SATNAC, the different industry partners gave challenges within their business. And then they worked very closely with students. They had mentors from industry working on very practical solutions. This year, we had a lot of learnings from that, and we elevated that. And we're really, really grateful to the sponsors for the wonderful challenges that they gave and the incredible mentorship and support ahead of this. This runs parallel to the SATNAC conference, so much of this work has been going on, and this today is the culmination of it. Before I butcher this challenge, I'd like to welcome Dr. Molapo to run us through it.
My mic is off. Can I stay here?
No, yeah,
is it on now? Thank you. Thank you very much, Maki. And as a way of introduction to everybody, we, as SATNAC, I think from our office as well, with our Center of Excellence program, we have one mandate among many, which is to bring everybody here together. SATNAC, since 1997, has been trying to do this, to bring industry, academia, and government together. And I think the benefits of doing that are clear to everybody, right? So we talk a lot about what's our role as industry to ensure that we bring academia, especially students, close enough to us. And we were reflecting with the team. I was lucky enough to have worked at research labs from some of the large technology firms around the world. I have never seen any of those big companies that have achieved any of the big advancements we see right now with AI and tech without close collaboration with academia or without significant investment in research. The work that Huawei presented today, no work like that. It's not OpenAI, not ChatGPT. None of it came out of any other place but the research lab. So with this challenge, we asked our Diamond sponsors to say, pose a challenge, an industry challenge, and the PhD students, master's students, undergrad from our universities all participated to take part in the challenge. So Aki, if we could maybe invite...
I would like to invite the CEOs as well, who are going to be making the award.
Sure.
So the CEOs associated, please come and join us in the front over here. Please, if you could make your way to the front. The CEOs are going to be presenting to the different students. Please do come and join us. It's over to you.
Perfect. So what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is to welcome on stage the leaders of the 4 Diamond sponsors who agreed to pose an industry challenge to our students. And we are going to go over the challenges that that each company provided. And the students are going to go over their solutions, what they proposed. And we are going to announce the winners. I'm so sorry, sir. I'm so sorry. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Please do have a seat. Please do have a seat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are extremely grateful to all of our sponsors for making SATNAC possible, and we're extremely privileged and really grateful to all of your organizations for continuously investing in education, continuously investing in skills development, and again, helping us to bring academia and industry together. We are not going to achieve this without the brilliance and the expertise that our universities host. So thank you again very much. It gives us great pleasure then to go into announcing our winners for each of these topics. I'm going to begin with Amdocs. Amdocs posed a challenge to the students that's looking at customer care, specifically linked to customer care call centers, to say how can we use AI to optimize and accelerate customer care through digital services, through other channels, but specifically in call centers, correct. So the team that won this particular challenge comes from the University of the Western Cape, and we want to invite one of them to go through what their solution was that won them the Amdocs challenge.
Good day, everyone. My name is Tandile, not Odile. I'm here with my colleague, Takuzwa Mzembengwa. Now, in our project solution, we implemented an automated query resolution system that actually has a skill-based routing, specifically for call centers. We leverage natural language processing and semantic text similarities. Now, in cases where the issues coming from the users were not being resolved, we also employed intent recognition to make sure that we route those issues to a skilled agent to handle them. This is just an overview of our implemented solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quick question. What level of study are you and your team members at UWC? What are you studying?
Okay, just to a brief, me and Tandile and Takudzwa, were studying masters at the University of the Western Cape, specializing in computer sciences, artificial intelligence, and blockchain.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. And we didn't announce to this, each of the students from each of the sponsoring companies are winning a variety of very high-end electronic devices, all from the different companies that have sponsored the challenge. But importantly, from the Amdocs team, the two gentlemen are also winning a 6-month internship with Amdocs. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And then moving forward, we have, based on the work that I think we saw Ahmed present this afternoon on the Pangu model, the challenge for Huawei was actually for students to think carefully about the adoption of AI models, looking at AI and physical models for advanced weather prediction, right? And we were privileged that with this particular challenge, it was advertised across the region, and we had 10 universities participating in total. Among them, 3 of the universities were out of South Africa. And we're very happy that the winner of the Huawei challenge is actually a team from University of Eswatini. And they'll come up now, tell us what they're studying, and summarize their solution for us.
All protocols observed, I greet you all. My name is Bandile Malaza. I'm with my team, Samgelo Msibi and Pepile Sekudla. We're all from the University of Eswatini. We are studying a Bachelor of Science in Information Technology. We're undergraduate students. So our solution is an assembly focus, which is a hybrid framework that consists of numeric weather prediction system and AI-driven models to improve the accuracy and timeliness of medium-range global weather prediction. So it utilizes deep learning models, predictions as initial input, and along with observation.
Immersive experience of the Huawei innovation activities and the Innovation Center. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And as they are being photographed, and if another big element that I think, Mikey, we tried to do from last year as well, is to embed mentorship into this particular programs. Many students will go through their master's, PhDs, undergrads, and they wouldn't have never been mentored by somebody who works in industry, less of all, somebody who is an executive or leader in industry. So through this challenge, the students also get to be mentored throughout their internships by leaders and engineers from each of the companies that have awarded them. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. And moving on to OpenServe, and I wanted to make a quick comment. I think we'll see it in our impact report that within the telecom group, we have significant support from OpenServe. The team that ran this challenge, the team that ran our conference app, the team that set up the exhibition, all of the support, the majority of the support comes from OpenServe. We recognize and we significantly appreciate the continued investment, the continued support from OpenServe. Even with this challenge, the teams, the executives who supported this particular challenge, we're truly grateful for the leadership for enabling this, yes. So with OpenServe, the challenge was linked to the most topical issues that we have, which is around load shedding and the cost that it costs to us as telecommunications companies, and the challenge was disruptive energy solutions for telcos. What did you guys propose?
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Garabo Magau, a second-year student from Northwest University Mafikeng campus, and I'm here together with my teammate, Busisi Wetlope from Within Code. She is actually a software developer, and I'm also with Fertistin. He is a final-year student from Northwest University, Potchefstroom campus. He is a final year student for BSc in computer science and mathematics. So our solution proposal is to create an optimal network of data centers, equipment, buildings, and sustainable energy sources linked actually with wheeling and in some cases private cables, along with the artificially intelligent systems that can optimize the electricity utilization, and also within the network, all working together to ensure cost efficiency and also environmental sustainability. Thank you.
And for proposing the solution, OpenServe is awarding them, again, a variety of high-end electronic devices, but each of the students will also get a one-year internship from OpenServe, technical mentorship from OpenServe. They will each also receive a dedicated tour of the OpenServe Network Operations Center. Many of us who have seen it know it's quite of an experience. They'll get an actual technical tour of what we do with the NOC, and they'll also get a day also during the ordering. We have from ZTE, one of the topics that our PhD students were very excited about, because a few of them were actually working on this topic already as part of their PhD studies. So ZTE challenged the students to think about, when we move towards especially 5G and other next generation networks, how do we plan within the core of the architectures for some of these networks to achieve energy efficiency, right? And the solution that won this particular challenge was from the University of Cape Town, 2 PhD students, and I'll invite one of them to please talk through what their solution is. Sir.
Good day, everyone. My name is Humphrey Owor Otieno. I'm with my team at Ajibola from the University of Cape Town. So to address the challenge that was posed to us by ZTE, we proposed the solution from 3 fronts. First, we aimed to understand the traffic patterns of users based on location, capacity, that is volume, and the time. So with that, we're proposing a few things. We wanted to propose a very efficient resource orchestration mechanism that ensures we don't over-provision resources where they're not being used. The second bit was to be able to actually predict the traffic patterns in a specific base station and make a decision whether to turn it off or turn it on based on the load. The second part of the solution was, can we leverage the movement towards open source software, open networks, softwareized networks, to actually identify compute-intensive functions of the RAN and push them over to facilities that actually have the compute resources, but are not using them. So telcos don't have to actually set up their own compute, but actually rent them out to other facilities. With that, they can be able to save energy. And lastly, we wanted to actually bring everyone on board in terms of saving energy on the telcos networks. So we proposed a solution where we actually engage users by giving them energy reports in situations where you're using a climate-friendly network or a less climate-friendly network. So in that case, we are hoping that they can be able to use the particular network sparingly and help tell because they save their energy cost. That was part of our solutions in this case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And as winners from ZTE, sir, they are all receiving certificates from each of these companies signed specifically by all of the CEOs, which is honestly an honor for every student to have in their research lab or on their study desk back at home. But the ZTE winners are also getting a variety of ZTE devices, as well as, again, an immersive experience of the ZTE Innovation Center. Thank you and congratulations. When the challenge, the students were challenged by two executives, one from OpenServe, Shalene Naidu. Thank you again, Shalene. She said to the students, we want to see from you a shift in how you think, right? Move from your traditional research and think about how applicable can your solution be in industry. So Shalene and other industry team members explained to the students what practicality means for industry. So for all of the solutions, they were additionally then assessed for industry readiness or for the practicality of what they proposed. And Professor Anish Kurian from TUT, he was also at the opening, challenged the students to say, we also want to see depth of research in what you propose. So amongst all of the winners, they were then also additionally assessed to see how industrially practical are your solutions, but also what is the depth of your research and innovation. So to that end, we have the honor then of announcing among all of the winners, the team that has been selected to win what is called the very first SATNAC Innovator Award, which is sponsored by Telkom. And what this means is the winning team, that is the SATNAC Innovator Award winner, will receive from Telkom a 2-year internship, of which part of their internship will be to solve a very critical challenge of vandalism at our towers, at our different locations, our different properties that affect our network and service delivery. There's very many challenges with that. So the team that will win this award each get a 2-year internship from Telkom. They each get dedicated technical mentorship and an opportunity to work with our Telkom teams to solve the challenge of vandalism that affects service delivery. And it gives me great pleasure, Lebu is here, Mike is also here on behalf of SATNAC to give this award to the students. And without further ado, the judges have decided that the winners of the SATNAC Innovator Award are Humphrey Otieno and Ajibola Aldolokun. Mikey, we can, okay.
Absolutely, thank you so much. Certainly a very beautiful moment, and a big round of applause for our students. And thank you very much for the presentations. You see, ladies and gentlemen, this is what SATNAC is all about. This is what we talk about. When we look at the future, these students are going into the future, and this is why we're celebrating such a special SATNAC of 25 years of delivering this that you have seen today, ladies and gentlemen. And let's put it all together and let's wrap up this morning's session, ladies and gentlemen. And I would like to invite right now the chairperson of SATNAC 2023, Dr. Maki Jantjies, to put it all into perspective and close the event for us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our closing session. These past few days have been nothing short of incredible for our conference. Now, let's take a moment to recap the key focus areas that have been the heart of our discussions over the last 2 days.
Welcome to the forefront of innovation, where artificial intelligence is sculpting a digital landscape that redefines our world. Embark with us on an exploration of how AI is reimagining 5 crucial aspects of our technological journey. Imagine a world where networks transcend mere connectivity and become sentient guardians of reliability. AI's impact on network experience is revolutionary. By swiftly analyzing data patterns and anomalies, AI predicts potential faults before they ripple through our digital lives. This foresight not only ensures uninterrupted operations but also underscores how AI safeguards our increasingly connected universe. Personalized experiences have emerged as the pinnacle of customer service, and AI is the driving force behind this transformation. Envision a realm where technology recognizes your unique preferences, adapts its responses, and crafts tailored interactions. AI's role in impacting personalized customer service elevates user satisfaction. As interactions become more than just transactions, they become personalized journeys of engagement. The clock never stops ticking in our digital age, and neither does AI. Chatbots and virtual assistants, powered by AI, have revolutionized customer service by providing round-the-clock support. Imagine the convenience of having a friendly and efficient virtual assistant at your beck and call, regardless of the hour. This continuous assistance not only streamlines user experiences but also exemplifies how AI makes technology more accessible and responsive. In a world awash with information, AI's ability to decipher data patterns is revolutionizing marketing. Picture a landscape where brands speak to you directly, understanding your needs and preferences through data analysis. The personalized marketing experience becomes more than just an advertisement, it's a conversation tailored to your desires. This fusion of AI and marketing is a testament to how technology shapes not just products, but also narratives that resonate on a personal level. The crystal ball of customer behavior is now within our grasp, thanks to AI's predictive prowess. Imagine businesses foreseeing customer attrition before it even becomes a concern. By analyzing past behaviors, AI models predict churn, allowing businesses to take proactive measures to retain valuable clientele. This data-driven foresight not only enhances customer relationships but also establishes a new standard for customer retention strategies. The symphony of interconnected devices known as the Internet of Things finds its conductor in AI. Imagine a scenario where everyday objects communicate seamlessly, exchanging information to enhance our lives. AI, as the maestro, deciphers the intricate melodies hidden within data streams generated by IoT devices. This harmonious collaboration transforms data into insights, fostering a world where technology isn't just smart, it's intuitive. As we traverse the realm of AI's possibilities, let's tread with purpose and responsibility. Our journey into the future is as much about innovation as it is about ethical consideration. Together, we are crafting a destiny where AI's potential enriches every facet of our existence, fostering a world where human ingenuity and technological brilliance harmonize. Join us in embracing the AI revolution, where innovation knows no bounds, and the horizon of progress stretches beyond imagination.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. As we reflect on the power of AI to disrupt business models, to challenge us to think about organizational culture and how we embed AI and disruptive technology considerations in how we actually do business, there was a very common theme amongst the presenters over the last 2 days that also talked about the ethical and social aspects that will affect and are affecting how we adopt artificial intelligence within organizations. How do we protect customers against biased AI algorithms to provide a fair experience for all customers regardless of gender and race? A key pertinent question of regulation also kept coming up in presentations. How will innovators, and I think Zabi spoke very well to this, that we break boundaries, and it's not just regulators and computer scientists, but it's multidisciplinary teams that are actually able to translate what is necessary from a policy perspective. Equally, we also saw presentations that really pushed boundaries on innovation. Dr. Adams spoke of the role of AI technology in advancing humanity, improving sectors such as healthcare. We're almost at a moment whereby we probably need to take one step for mankind and one giant leap for humankind. As we navigate the landscape of AI, which enables us to improve customer experiences and support rapid automation within our organization, we should embrace it with a society-centered focus. This will enable us to hold ethics key to how we innovate. I also do want to caution against overregulation, because sometimes it is an inhibitor for innovation and pushing boundaries. In closing, we probably have more questions than answers, which is the role of SATNAC, to leave us with more questions on how we do business, on how we show up to the customers, but most importantly, how our innovation will advance our country. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Group CEO of Telkom, the BU leaders represented, the captains of industry who were represented from the various organizations, the Deputy Minister who was present yesterday, and government representatives who are here. I'd like to also give a special round of applause to the academic institutions and the students who are the central focus of the SATNAC conference. I wish to encourage captains of industry to engage with the academic students, the parallel sessions that are going to continue. At least pick one session that you'll be able to engage in. And I think we're all left challenged to say, as much as we celebrated 25 years and we heard about the secret ingredients that enabled us to be here at this 25-year celebration, what is it that we will do as a collective to ensure that we invest in our future, as it won't happen if we're not intentional about it? Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, please. This is, as Sarami was saying to me, sitting behind me, this is the original AI, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please, we will follow this very talented group of Zulu dancers who will lead us to lunch for the rest of the afternoon. And don't forget the afternoon plenary sessions. And thank you very much for joining us at this year's SATNAC 2023. Ulambile, tangugusha, ulambile.